Chapter 341. Celt felt that he'd been very unlucky recently. He'd thought he'd be able to return from the dark forest with a bountiful harvest. Who would have thought he'd run into so many bad things? He'd been targeted by the Dark Mantle organization of the Lancelot Empire as soon as he'd arrived in the dark forest. Dark Mantle members had been following him like flies, annoying him to no end. He'd finally taken down the Golden Dragon's lair with great difficulty, but he hadn't expected to provoke the pursuit of a mysterious expert. Not only had his mount been killed, but even one of his ears had been left behind. Even the Fire Grand Magus Mosso, whom he'd gone to great lengths to invite, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Mosso's 2 students had been bothering him all day long. It was truly irritating. Celt had thought he could easily kill the creature with the number of experts in the Redbud Knights when he'd finally arrived in the underground world. However, he'd once again encountered a fierce blow. The Redbud Knights had suffered heavy losses in 3 consecutive attacks. They'd lost more than 300 men, but they still hadn't been able to occupy the magic crystal mine. In the end, the incompetent Celt had no choice but to cooperate with the evil dark elves. Celt, who was proud and arrogant, had been feeling very sullen recently. He planned to vent his frustrations by taking over the magic crystal mine and torturing the lizard men who dared to obstruct him. "Mr. Celt, we dark elves are willing to cooperate with you this time. I hope you'll treasure this opportunity." An elegant male dark elf dressed in luxurious clothing spoke up. His left cheek had intricate tattoos and a sparse beard. He looked a bit strange and evil. This male dark elf was dressed like a noble. His expensive clothes were filled with dense dark elements. He held a black magic staff in his left hand as he slowly opened his mouth to speak to the handsome Celt. Celt's expression was gloomy. When they were about to reach the gourd mountain guarded by the lizard men, he finally had the knights stop. He turned his head to look at the noble male dark elf and said in a lukewarm tone, "Honorable Mr. Arlen, you should know that this time we're working together for mutual benefit. I didn't beg you to come along. The magic crystal mine is our goal, but you dark elves would be happy to see a greater number of lizard men die. If that strange creature protecting the lizard men doesn't die, it won't be easy for you dark elves to occupy the lizardmen's territory. That strange creature is afraid of fire, so I hope you have prepared enough goblin missiles. Otherwise, we can return now. Don't worry, Mr. Celt. The wise and far-sighted dark elves are the true rulers of this floor. Those cowardly goblins offer us a shocking number of missiles every year. That enormous creature will definitely be blown to pieces by those missiles." Dark elf Dana was still as flirtatious as ever. She smiled at Celt seductively, her limpid eyes seductively roaming over Celt's body. Celt secretly swallowed the saliva that had suddenly formed in his mouth. This slut was indeed tasteful. However, Celt naturally wouldn't display the unbridled nature of fighting Dana naked in front of his subordinates. He revealed a sanctimonious smile and nodded, "If that's the case, then I'm relieved. We've already gone in 3 times and have some understanding of that strange creature. That creature doesn't seem to be able to leave the bottom of the gourd mountain, otherwise our losses would have been even greater. The magic crystal mine is protected by the lizard men. We don't know if that creature evolved from the lizard men, but it looks like a giant lizard that's 1,000 times larger. It occupies a large area of the gourd mountain. Be careful when you go in. If you really can't hold on, immediately retreat from the gourd mountain. You should be fine. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill those damned lizard men." The mustached male dark elf leader, Arlen, waved the dark scepter in his hand, indicating that they could begin the attack. Celt didn't hesitate much after hearing his words. He nodded to the knight captains behind him and took out a bright long sword, but it wasn't the divine weapon Starry Sky. He and the traitor druid Castle walked towards the upside-down gourd mountain. "So that fellow is afraid of fire. Celt has finally found some valuable information," Han Shoror thought to himself as he used the only yin demon to eavesdrop. Han Shoror wasn't in a hurry to rush towards the gourd mountain guarded by the lizard men. He continued to use the yin demon to spy on Celt and the others' movements. He hid in the shadows and prepared to take advantage of the chaos to sneak in without a sound. Kelt let out a distant whistle as the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elf invaders arrived in front of the Gourd Mountain. Arlen seemed to be the leader of the Dark Elves this time. Even Dana, the matriarch of one of the Dark Elves who'd tried to take advantage of Han Shoror last time, was obviously led by Arlen. Arlen led a few Dark Elves armed with bows and arrows or staffs as he walked unhurriedly to the Gourd Mountain. He looked with disdain at the lizard men who'd come out of their caves upon hearing the news. He snorted, not concealing his disdain at all. "You lowly and vulgar lizard men, you have no right to enjoy this fertile land. I'll give you one last chance. As long as you scram from Paperia's territory, we noble Dark Elves will let you go." In the multitude of races in the underground world, every race had their own unique language. However, they still used the common language of the continent when conversing. This was because the human language was concise and capable. Moreover, after so many years of development, human civilization had already become the distant leader of the continent. Many lizard men walked out of the Gourd Mountain's caves, glaring angrily at the self-proclaimed noble Dark Elf Arlen. One of the lizard men, dragging a thick tail behind him, pointed a giant fork-like weapon at the gorgeously dressed Arlen and shouted in the common language, "Despicable and greedy Dark Elves, no one can lay a finger on this land protected by our true god. If you Dark Elves dare challenge our true god, the lizard men will fight you to the bitter end. Our true god will also annihilate you cowardly and despicable offenders. TMPH, it's just a giant lizard. Since when did it become your true god?" Arlen snorted disdainfully. He made a strange gesture with his hands in front of his chest and said piously, "With the protection of Goddess Rose, we will definitely sweep away all the races in this layer. The Dark Elves will unify all the major races in this layer. This is something no one can stop. Greedy and evil Dark Elves, how dare you blaspheme our great true god? You will pay the price." The lizardman's voice grew sharper and sharper. He raised his tail high as he roared, snapping it in the air like a giant whip. The lizard men had thick bodies and astonishing fighting strength, but they didn't understand the mysteries of magic. Their culture was also extremely vulgar, far less ancient than that of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves prided themselves on being the most ancient and noble race in the underground world. They compared the barbaric lizard men, who only knew how to use their physical strength, to wild beasts. The Dark Elves, who could use magic to attack, were often victorious in battle. In recent years, the lizard men had been forced to flee in all directions. However, highly intelligent races often suffered from internal strife. The Dark Elves, who prided themselves on being the most ancient race, suffered from this strange disease just like the humans. Different dark elven tribes in the underground world were usually at war with each other. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Elves couldn't unite, they would have long since conquered this layer of the underground world. Although the lizardmen's overall fighting strength couldn't compare to the Dark Elves who knew how to use magic, they were astonishingly united. It was precisely this unity and fighting strength that allowed them to survive for so many years and still not be conquered by the Dark Elves. Just as the lizardman's tail snapped, a crude spear flew out of their hands and flew straight at the boastful Dark Elf leader, Arlen. In Han Shoror's eyes, the lizardman's spears were very crude. They were just sturdy wooden rods with the ends sharpened. The killing power of these spears was certainly limited. On the other hand, the Dark Elves clearly knew how to use sharp weapons compared to the lizard men. Not only were their bows, arrows, and swords abnormally sharp, but some were also engraved with exquisite patterns. Whether in terms of practicality or aesthetics, they were far superior to the barbaric lizard men. The few spears thrown at them were all shattered midway by the whooshing sounds of the two young archers behind Arlen. Arlen calmly and coldly looked at the lizard men in the center of the cave. He said with disdain, "Lowly lizard men, such a rude race that only knows how to use brute force. A race like you is only fit to be kept as livestock by us Dark Elves." Kelt wasn't interested in listening to Arlen and the lizard men bicker. As the master of the Redbud Knights, Kelt held the title of a marquis in the Brut Empire. He impatiently interrupted Arlen's words and said to the traitor druid, "Castle, we'll familiarize ourselves with the environment inside. Let's open the way first." Castle nodded. He understood that as a traitor druid, since he joined the Redbud Knights, He should know when to charge and break through enemy lines for his master. As soon as Celt finished speaking, Castle took the lead and rushed towards the area. He transformed into a giant eagle in midair. The other knights of the Redbud Knights abandoned their horses in the underground world and followed Castle into the gourd mountain cave. Seeing that his subordinates had already launched their attack, Celt said to the displeased dark elf Arlen, "Esteemed Mr. Arlen, shouldn't you also make your move? I don't need you to remind me." Arlen didn't have any good feelings towards the humans either. Although he had to admit that humans were more advanced than the dark elves in certain aspects, their despicableness and shamelessness were also well known among the major races. In this underground world, humans were even more notorious than the Batman. "Let's do it." Dana smiled coquettishly as she ordered her subordinates. Dana's group of dark elves rushed out ahead of time, raising their exquisite bows and aiming at the lizard men. As soon as Dana's people made their move, the dark elves behind them, who outnumbered the Redbud Knights by quite a bit, split into several groups and charged towards the gourd mountain. The rest stayed by Arlen's side. Arlen frowned as he watched the battle begin. He seemed to feel that something wasn't right there. He said to Celt, who was standing beside him, "As long as that damned creature dares to appear, our goblin missiles and explosives will definitely destroy it along with the gourd mountain." "I hope so." Celt didn't have much to say about Arlen's conceit. Just as Arlen looked down on the lizard men, Celt also looked down on this arrogant dark elf. In the human world above ground, both the dark elves and the forest elves were merely objects of their enslavement. Humans believed themselves to be the wisest of all creatures and treated the dark elves as livestock. A noble like Celt might even have one or two young dark elven beauties serving him in his mansion. As soon as the Redbud Knights and dark elves attacked the gourd mountain, the lizard men with their powerful bodies immediately retreated into the caves. Some of the dark elves carried huge bundles on their backs, which should be the goblin bombs Hanshoror had seen before. Judging from the Redbud Knights and dark elves' actions, it seemed that they intended to throw the massive amount of bombs into the gourd mountain, intending to blow up the entire mountain and the giant lizard man entrenched within in one fell swoop. After their operation, Hanshoror's consciousness sensed the intense fury of the creature within. Hanshoror knew that the creature wouldn't have time to worry too much, so he once again summoned the Earth Elite Zombie and had him dive deeper into the gourd mountain. This time, the Earth Elite Zombie wasn't forced back by the creature's strange energy. There were too many Redbud Knights and dark elves rushing into the gourd mountain. Even the powerful creature couldn't sense everything. Not to mention that the creature was already extremely enraged. Loud, deep howls sounded from the depths of the earth. The entire upside-down gourd mountain seemed to be shaking from the howls. Hanshoror was even worried that the base of the gourd mountain wouldn't be able to withstand the shaking of the upper part and would break. The only yin demon Hanshoror had been attached to the Earth Elite Zombie. Borrowing the Earth Elite Zombie's vision, Hanshoror was able to see what was happening underground. However, the Earth Elite Zombie hadn't entered the main area and couldn't bring Hanshoror any useful information. Hanshoror focused his attention on the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves who had entered the gourd mountain. In Hanshoror's view, the Redbud Knights were far stronger than Arlen's Dark Elves. Whether it was equipment or individual strength, the Redbud Knights were outstanding. Clad in thick armor, even without the aid of warhorses, the Redbud Knights' sprinting speed was faster than the Dark Elf archers and warriors in simple attire. Those knights, who had experienced all kinds of battles, all looked cold and confident. They had the toughness and fierceness of true warriors. Each of them formed a triangle or diamond formation when they were dashing. This formation allowed them to take care of each other while they were dashing, so that they wouldn't be able to defend against sudden attacks from their sides and rear. In contrast, the arrogant Dark Elves lagged far behind the humans in this aspect. They still swarmed forward like a swarm of bees for thousands of years. The Dark Elves had lived in the underground world for who knew how many years, but it seemed that they had never fought hand in hand like the humans, nor did they have any exquisite coordination. As Hanshoror observed, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. He immediately understood that the Earth Elite Zombie must have passed through the Earth's obstructions and arrived at the giant creature beneath the gourd mountain. The Earth Elite Zombie had obtained his line of sight from beneath the enormous creature. The first thing he saw was an enormous octagonal, ancient magical formation shrouding the area above. At each corner of the enormous octagonal formation was a smaller octagonal formation, each one filled with dense magical elements. At the center of the octagonal formation was an enormous reddish-brown tail more than 10 meters long. A body the size of a small mountain was entrenched in the center of the formation. Every time it struggled fiercely in anger, the formation would shoot out circles of colorful lightning, seemingly imprisoning the creature. It can't be that it's trapped beneath the gourd mountain by the magic formation, right? If the gourd mountain was destroyed by the goblin explosives, wouldn't the magic formation imprisoning the enormous creature be destroyed as well? Han Shao was suddenly alarmed and worried. Chapter 342. A yin demon circled around and examined every corner of the octagonal ancient magic matrix. Through the yin demon, Han Shao saw that the octagonal ancient magic matrix was covered with large pieces of sparkling and translucent magic crystal ores. These ores covered every intricate and detailed magical veins of the magic matrix, providing the octagonal magic matrix with a steady flow of energy. When the Earth Elite Zombie and Yin Demon emerged from the depths of the earth and approached the enormous creature, the creature with half its body and tail sunk into the center of the ancient magic matrix seemed to sense the existence of the Earth Elite Zombie and the Yin Demon. A reddish-brown tail that was more than 10 meters long was like an enormous iron whip, snaking through the air as it swung down in the Earth Elite Zombie's direction. The Earth Elite Zombie's body was still half submerged in the ground. When he saw the python-like tail swinging down, he hastily hid his entire body in the depths of the earth. A crackling sound came from the top of the Earth Elite Zombie's head, as if the earth itself was shaking. A strange force entered the ground from his tail and rushed towards the Earth Elite Zombie. The Earth Elite Zombie jumped in fright and prepared to quickly return the way he came. Unfortunately, before the Earth Elite Zombie could return to Han Shao's side, that strange force fiercely surged into the Earth Elite Zombie's body. The Earth Elite Zombie's body trembled midway, and he actually rolled in the depths of the earth. When the Earth Elite Zombie landed, he was already dizzy and disoriented. However, the Earth Elite Zombie had been refined by Han Shao's demonic arts and had absorbed the yuan energy of the place of extreme earth. Now that the Earth Elite Zombie was deep underground, this kind of strange force couldn't harm the Earth Elite Zombie. After that force passed through the earth, the strange creature seemed to feel that the Earth Elite Zombie was still alive and kicking. The enraged creature's enormous tail repeatedly slapped the earth, and a few more strange forces entered the earth and surged towards the Earth Elite Zombie. The Earth Elite Zombie, who was also dizzy and disoriented from the attack, was much more sensitive in the earth than on the surface. When he sensed a few more dizzying auras surging towards him, he hastily began to mobilize the power of the earth to protect himself. The earth around the Earth Elite Zombie suddenly began to tremble. The auras that surged towards the Earth Elite Zombie were weakened bit by the slight tremors of the earth. When the auras truly arrived in front of the Earth Elite Zombie, they seemed to have lost the power that caused the Earth Elite Zombie to fear them. They flowed into the Earth Elite Zombie's body without the slightest bit of reaction. The first time, the Earth Elite Zombie had been confused by a single aura. That was because he hadn't used his innate ability in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation at the beginning. Han Shao let out a cry of surprise, then muttered to himself thoughtfully, "It seems that the 5 elite zombies still need to face danger frequently, otherwise they wouldn't be able to use their innate abilities." So this Earth Elite Zombie didn't know that he could use the Earth's tremors to defend against this kind of attack, but he magically grasped it when the danger was right in front of him. While Han Shao was silently pondering, the strange creature imprisoned by the ancient octagonal magic formation flew into a rage after a long period of futile attacks. Unfortunately, its body was bound by the magic formation and couldn't leave. Facing the Earth Elite Zombie buried deep underground, it couldn't use its strange attacks to attack. For a time, there was nothing it could do. The enraged creature seemed to have transferred its anger towards the Earth Elite Zombie to the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves that had entered the Gourd Mountain. Accompanied by a deafening howl, the entire Gourd Mountain seemed to shake. Strands of the same strange aura as the one that had attacked the Earth Elite Zombie shot out from the air or underground towards the lowly lifeforms that had dared to offend the creature's dignity like formless flying snakes. The Redbud Knights and Dark Elves who were struck by the strange aura felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The Redbud Knights were protected by fighting aura and had firm willpower. Only blood flowed out of their noses and mouths, and their movement speed was impaired. However, the weak Dark Elf archers were caught off guard, and a dozen of them died on the spot. Dozens more were seriously injured. However, there were at least 1,000 Redbud Knights and Dark Elves that had rushed into the Gourd Mountain. Unable to leave the ancient magic formation at the bottom of the Gourd Mountain, this method of attack wasn't enough to completely stop such a large number of invaders. As the Dark Elves died, bags of goblin explosives were placed in various areas of the Gourd Mountain. Under Castle's leadership, the Redbud Knights took advantage of the opportunity to slaughter all lizard men they saw in the dark, narrow caves. The lizard men, with their powerful bodies and crude weapons, were obviously no match for the regular human knights. Not to mention, there was also Castle, the traitor druid who had mastered the transformation technique. In just a short while, the lizard men were retreating in defeat, leaving behind a trail of corpses. The Dark Elves were right behind the Redbud Knights, taking advantage of the opportunity to bury goblin explosives in every corner. Together with the Redbud Knights, they followed the lizard men deeper into the forest towards the location of their true god. As the lizard men died tragically and retreated, the powerful creature at the bottom of the Gourd Mountain no longer cared about the Earth Elite zombie. It vented all of its anger in roars, using a series of mysterious attacks to attack the invading enemies. In its rage, the lizard man released several strands of aura, landing on the bodies of the Redbud Knights. Even the astonishingly powerful Redbud Knights couldn't withstand the strange aura and would die on the spot. The more fragile Dark Elves were even worse off. Nearly 100 of them had died before they could even reach the bottom of the mountain. At this time, Hanshoro was certain that the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves were taking great risks. Hanshoro was sure that the strange creature was bound by an ancient magic formation. It looked like it had been suppressed deep underground, with only half of its body exposed. The Redbud Knights had only seen the upper half of the strange creature's body and the magic crystal ores around it. As for the lower half and the magic formation buried deep underground, they couldn't see them at all. Once the goblin explosives on the Gourd Mountain exploded, it would be fine if the strange creature was killed. However, if the creature didn't die in the explosion, the Gourd Mountain would no longer be able to imprison it. With its incomparably large body and power, Hanshoro believed that the moment it walked out of the magic formation that had imprisoned it for who knew how many years, the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves would have to bear its terrifying wrath. However, this wasn't something that Hanshoro needed to worry about. Hanshoro's goal this time was to kill Kelt and obtain as many magic crystal ores as possible. If the strange creature didn't die from the explosion, then it would be ideal if it could come out. Therefore, Hanshoro thought quickly and immediately came up with a brilliant idea. Using the tunnel leading deep underground, Hanshoro and the Earth Elite zombie arrived at the strange creature's location. Just as Hanshoro shot out of the tunnel and arrived at the somewhat spacious ancient octagonal magic formation, the 10-meter-long tail swept towards Hanshoro like a giant python. The creature's head was still above, so it was indeed miraculous that it could accurately discover Hanshoro's whereabouts. Hanshoro quickly flew to a remote corner. The 10-meter-long tail wildly swung 7 meters in front of Hanshoro, but it still couldn't reach Hanshoro. "Hey, I mean no harm, I just wanted to come and help you." Hanshoro didn't care if the strange creature could hear human speech or not. He shouted at the 10-meter-long tail, "Despicable little existence, you will pay the price." A message that was purely similar to mental strength suddenly spread through the space where Hanshoro was. It looked like it had been sent by the strange creature. Generally speaking, the more powerful a creature was, the more intelligent it was. For example, Gilbert, the Black Dragon, and the Gold Dragon could speak the human tongue. Even the Lord of the Flames had the ability to directly communicate with the human mind. This creature, whose strength was not inferior to the Lord of the Flames, could naturally communicate with humans. The reality was just as Hanshoro had expected. When Hanshoro called out loudly, the creature immediately responded. This kind of direct telepathic communication was even clearer than language. "Powerful creature, I'm not with the people above. I've come to help you. I can help you use the power of those people and dispel the magic formation without harming you. I only want the magic crystal mines at the bottom of the gourd mountain. What do you think of this deal? Han Shaw immediately proposed his idea when he discovered that he could communicate with the creature. Haha, lowly creature. Even without your help, those idiots will still help me blow up the gourd mountain. I've given them the wrong message that I'm afraid of fire and bombs, and they're helping me destroy the gourd mountain according to my plan. No one can stop me from doing this. Since you aren't with them, even if you inform them now, no one will believe you. Your suggestion is worthless. Contrary to Han Shaw's expectations, the creature actually laughed heartily and complacently. Han Shaw's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He hadn't expected this creature to be so cunning. It seemed that it wasn't as afraid of fire and bombs as Celt had guessed. The reason it had displayed such a disadvantage in the previous battle was because it had a purpose. Suddenly, Han Shaw's expression froze. He asked, if that's the case, why don't you let the lizard men get you out? I don't think it'll be hard for them to get their hands on goblin bombs. Wouldn't it be faster if you let them, who worship you as their true god, help you? Why use this method to get the enemy to help you? If they could communicate with me like this, I would have left this damned place a long time ago. They've been cursed by the gods to never know how to use power outside of their physical bodies before they break through their shackles. They can't communicate with me without any obstacles. Pitiful creatures, they can only use the stupidest method. They plan to remove all the ores around me. They think that's the only way to get me out of this damned cage. This creature seemed to have been imprisoned for far too long a period of time. It kept on explaining to Han Shaw. After hearing this, Han Shaw suddenly remembered that the lizard men could indeed only use their physical strength. Their soul force and intelligence were still very weak. He didn't know if this was the reason why they couldn't obtain information from this creature's powerful consciousness that enveloped the entire space. Perhaps it was because of this that they could only rely on the foolish old man to move the mountain in an attempt to remove the ores. It seemed that the lizard men occupied this gourd mountain and tirelessly mined ores not for the value of the magic crystal ores themselves, but for the sake of freeing their so-called true god from the shackles of their shackle. It made sense. They didn't even know how to forge some complicated weapons, so how could they understand the true value of the magic crystal ores and how to use them? With this strange creature's explanation, Han Shaw knew that there was no way to stop him from leaving this ancient magic formation. Celt and the others would definitely blow up the gourd mountain. When that happened, as long as a corner of the magic formation was damaged, he would be able to walk out of this cage that had existed for who knew how long. Han Shaw's mind raced for a moment. He could tell from the creature's tone that it was protective of the lizard men. He looked at the reddish-brown tail that was more than 10 meters long and connected it to what Arlen had said about the lizardman's true god being nothing more than a giant lizard. An idea suddenly formed in his mind. Powerful existence, there are still several hundred lizard men who worship you in this gourd mountain. If the gourd mountain really explodes, you might be able to walk out of this cage, but those pitiful lizard men will all die. Han Shaw paused, noticeably sensing the creature's uneasiness from the surrounding presence. He then continued, I can help the lizard men survive. As long as you promise to give me the rocks in the mine, I will move the lizard men who are still alive to a safe location before the explosion occurs. Lowly and weak existence, I, the great ancient lizard King Degassi, agree to your request. As long as you can guarantee their safety, you can take as many of those magic crystal ores as you can. Degassi immediately conveyed his promise to Han Shaw after a moment of silence. After receiving the giant ancient lizard King Degassi's message, Han Shaw didn't linger here. He immediately had the Earth Elite zombie dig a tunnel to the surface, but halfway through, the Earth Elite zombie suddenly transmitted a helpless message. Han Shaw's mind raced. He already knew where the problem was and quickly shot towards the half-dug tunnel. From the outside of the gourd mountain to the ancient lizard King Degassi's enormous tail, there was only soil. Then, he arrived at the spacious ancient magic formation. From there, he dug upwards, but found magic crystal ores that were even harder than iron and stone. The Earth Elite Zombie's innate ability was powerless in the face of the magic crystal ores. He didn't know where to start when he was halfway through mining. The Earth Elite Zombie was the Earth Elite Zombie after all. He naturally couldn't possess the ability of the Metal Elite Zombie, which allowed him to pierce through mountains and split rocks to traverse unhindered within the mountains. My pitiful children are still dying. You puny human, hurry up and do it. Ancient Lizard King Dagass's urgent message repeatedly flowed into Han Shoror's mind. The indestructible Demon Slayer edge spun in Han Shoror's hand, bursting upwards like a drill. Large pieces of sparkling and translucent magic crystal ores disappeared into Han Shoror's space ring before they even hit the ground. Han Shoror, who was digging the tunnel with all his might, had the help of the Demon Slayer edge. Although it was a bit slower than the Earth Elite Zombie's innate ability, it was still a speed of several meters per second. Under the Ancient Lizard King's urging, the Demon Slayer edge spun a large piece of magic crystal ores into Han Shoror's space ring. Afterwards, Han Shoror arrived at the location of the Ancient Lizard King's upper body and head from the ancient magic formation. Raising his head to look at Han Shoror, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This Ancient Lizard King really was an enormous lizard, but there were some differences. His ugly head had a single sharp horn, and from the horn to his back was a row of sharp red sword-like spikes. The Ancient Lizard King was even larger than the green dragon that Han Shoror had seen before. He looked like a towering reddish-brown mountain of flesh. Just his height alone was over 20 meters. His enormous body was like a thick reddish-brown rock, looking extremely sturdy. At this moment, his dark red eyes were like two lanterns hanging high in the air. Looking at the ant-like Han Shoror beneath him, he once again sent out a strong message. I know. I will make sure your children survive. Han Shoror replied impatiently to the Ancient Lizard King's garrulous words. While marveling at the Ancient Lizard King's size, he quickly rushed into the complex cave. I am the emissary of your true God. In accordance with your true God's orders, I have come to welcome you. I will bring you to a safe place. Han Shoror's loud shout suddenly came from behind the lizard men who were desperately resisting the Redbud Knight's invasion and retreating towards the Ancient Lizard King. Despicable human, why are you here? The lizard man leader with the giant tail suddenly shouted in the awkward-sounding common language in a panic. He pointed at Han Shoror and was about to attack. I am here to help you. I am the emissary of your true God. You will understand once you come down. Han Shoror explained, then immediately shouted, don't waste your time. They have placed goblin explosives in this gourd mountain. All you need to do is hurry and get to your true God's side. Han Shoror didn't care whether they believed him or not. He flew straight towards the depths of the Ancient Lizard King's cave. When the retreating lizard men heard Han Shoror's words, they didn't stay to tangle with the Redbud Knights any longer. It was unknown whether it was because they believed Han Shoror's words, or because they were worried about the safety of their true God, but they didn't continue to tangle with the Redbud Knights. They quickly returned to the Ancient Lizard King's area. When the remaining few hundred lizard men saw that Han Shoror hadn't been attacked by their true God, they couldn't help but believe Han Shoror's words. The few hundred lizard men first kowtowed towards the Ancient Lizard King. The lizard man leader stood up and looked at the Ancient Lizard King, speaking humbly, True God, what should we do? The enemy has already invaded. The Ancient Lizard King's gigantic body twisted and roared towards the sky. The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the entire space, and the gourd mountain began to shake violently again under the influence of its gigantic body. Humans, hurry and let them in. I know we don't have much time. The Ancient Lizard King's consciousness filled the entire space. Unfortunately, the lizard men couldn't receive this message. There is a passage here. Hide in it and you will be safe even if the explosion happens. Your true God said that the explosives can't harm him. He will take care of the rest. Han Shoror hastily shouted, seeing that the Redbud Knights were about to enter and more explosives were about to be placed at the entrance. The lizard man leader looked at Han Shoror, who was safe and sound under their true God, and seemed to believe Han Shoror's words. The lizard man leader mumbled something in the lizard man language to the remaining lizard men behind him. The remaining few hundred lizard men no longer hesitated and followed behind the lizard man leader, heading deeper into the tunnel that Han Shoror had dug. When all the lizard men had entered the tunnel, the entire space was once again filled with the ancient lizard king's thoughts. Humans, don't let those damned invaders fill this space with explosives. Although I won't die from the explosion, it will definitely injure me a little. Besides, I also hate that unpleasant smell. There were 7 caves that led from the Gourd Mountain to this space. The invading Redbud Knights and Dark Elves seemed to be afraid of the mountainous ancient lizard king, and didn't dare to directly enter through the caves. Instead, they hid at the cave entrances and threw down explosives. Han Shoror had summoned 100 dark creatures after receiving the ancient lizard king's message. Whenever a goblin explosive was thrown into this space, the omnipresent dark creatures would throw it out from below. The Redbud Knights and Dark Elves hiding in the caves outside were enraged when they saw the bags of explosives being thrown out from below. However, after receiving Han Shoror's orders, the simple-minded skeletal warriors naturally didn't understand the anger of the people in the caves above. They dutifully threw out the bags of explosives one after another. For a time, the situation in this area was a bit ridiculous. The last remaining Yin demon had already drifted into the midst of the Redbud Knights. After observing for a while, Han Shoror suddenly sneered, "Since you've come, don't think of leaving. You and the Gourd Mountain will suffer the craziness of the goblin explosives." Chanting another incantation, several large hate warriors appeared. Together with the zombie Little Skull, they brought the explosives and charged into the caves. The enormous hate warriors and zombies forcibly blocked the caves. The remaining goblin explosives were also thrown into the space ring by Han Shoror. When all the caves were blocked by the hate warriors, the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves madly attacked the dark creatures that had suddenly appeared. They cursed the damned dark creatures as they picked up the goblin explosives from the ground, preparing to stuff them into the ancient lizard king's space below. The goblin explosives were exquisitely made. They wouldn't explode unless they were burned by a raging fire. However, once they did explode, they would create a torrential inferno. The goblin explosives had been placed in a reasonable location. A single explosion could ignite all of them, and the mountain would inevitably collapse under the weight of so many goblin explosives. This time, the ancient lizard king was the main target. They should have placed more goblin explosives in his area to maximize the effect. That was why the Redbud Knights were so diligent in getting close to the dark creatures. When all the lizard men had retreated into the tunnels below and the caves were blocked by the undead creatures, the ancient lizard king impatiently transmitted his message even more than Han Shoror. "That's enough. Help me ignite the fire and drown all the Redbud Knights inside." Happy to be of service, Han Shoror chuckled coldly as a red flame shot out from his hand. A zombie suddenly moved to the side, creating a gap for the red flame to pass through. "Fire, it's fire. Attack it." The Redbud Knights who were still fighting the undead creatures were suddenly scared out of their wits. Their screams were laced with sobs. They knew exactly how many goblin explosives had been thrown into the gourd-shaped mountain. If one of them exploded, what kind of fate would await them? Several more flames shot out from Han Shoror's hands, piercing through the gaps between the zombie warriors like arrows. They landed among the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves, who were howling like ghosts and howling like wolves even before they exploded. Han Shoror shot towards the tunnel like a bolt of lightning. With a thought, a flame flew towards the goblin explosives on a hate warrior's body. Chapter 343. Just as Han Shoror shot into the passageway, a violent explosion sounded from above his head. Like a fuse, this explosion was followed by an even more concentrated series of explosions. The entire Gourd Mountain was on the verge of collapse amidst the deafening booms. The ancient lizard king's 10-meter-long tail writhed like a python as it was trapped in the ancient magic array. Its gigantic body struggled violently as it tried to break free of the magic array. When the violent explosions sounded from the Gourd Mountain, Celt, who had been waiting for his subordinates to rush out, felt as if he'd been struck by a heavy blow. It was as if a giant hammer had ruthlessly smashed into his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. The noble dark elf Arlen, dressed in luxurious clothes, heard the thunderous rumble and looked at the gourd mountain swaying under the rumble. His pupils bulged as well. He grabbed Celt roughly and roared, "How could this be? Why would the goblin bomb explode now? Damn it, you didn't set us up on purpose, did you?" Celt was even angrier than Arlen. He flung the frail Arlen off the ground, his handsome face contorted into a sinister expression. "Are you King blind? Can't you see that my men are also inside?" he said viciously. Rumble. The gourd mountain finally collapsed amidst the explosions. The earth-shattering tremors shrouded the surroundings in an aura of destruction. Celt and Arlen's disagreements were followed by a series of explosions. The entire gourd mountain flew up as if it had been uprooted, then came crashing down at an even faster speed. The sounds of explosions gradually faded away amidst the swirling dust. The entire area had become a pile of rubble. Not a trace of the gourd mountain could be seen. Aside from the reddish-brown rocks of various sizes, the only things left were the mangled corpses of the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves. Arlen steadied himself after being tossed aside by Celt. He gazed at the ruins of the gourd mountain, losing his composure as he muttered, "Those were my most elite clansmen. How could it be like this? How could it be like this?" Celt, on the other hand, was rather calm. With a sinister expression, he furiously said, "Someone must be behind this. Otherwise, that giant lizard that couldn't have left the gourd mountain couldn't have stopped my knights from returning. This matter isn't that simple." Arlen suddenly shouted, "There must be something fishy going on. Those lowly lizard men can't stop my valiant clansmen." Han Shoror, the target of Celt and Arlen's attention, was currently looking at the ancient magical formation that was gradually disintegrating with a loud creak. The explosion of the gourd mountain had disrupted the magical formation's normal operation. As the ancient lizard king writhed madly, the magical formation that had imprisoned him for who knew how many years finally cracked open. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded from the bottom of the gourd mountain. The incomparably large ancient lizard King Degassi began to sway wildly. The magic formation that had been destroyed by the goblin explosives could no longer be maintained, and all 6 corners of the octagonal formation broke apart. An enormous aura emanated from the ancient lizard king's body. Every time a corner of the octagonal formation broke, his aura would grow a bit stronger. When all 8 corners of the octagonal formation had been destroyed, the ancient lizard king's enormous body suddenly tore apart the tens of thousands of kilograms of rock that had covered his body. A mountain of flesh slowly emerged from the center of the gourd mountain. A terrifying howl filled the entire area. The ancient lizard king pounded his chest and stamped his feet in the air, as if venting his years of resentment. Underneath the ancient lizard king, Han Shoror suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. From Han Shoror's angle, he could clearly see that every time a corner of the octagonal formation broke, the ancient lizard king's aura would grow a bit stronger. When the ancient octagonal formation was completely destroyed, the ancient lizard king's aura, which had originally been as strong as the Lord of the Flames, actually possessed an even more terrifying aura. Not only was his body shackled by the octagonal ancient magical matrix, but it also seems to have shackled his power as well. I didn't expect the ancient lizard king to possess such terrifying strength. Perhaps only a demigod existence can truly defeat him. Han Shoror was abnormally shocked when he sensed the ancient lizard king's formidable strength. Beside Han Shoror, the lizard men began to squeal with excitement. Seeing the ancient lizard king emerge from the broken formation like a towering tree, they all kowtowed to the ancient lizard king. Han Shoror didn't stay any longer and shot out from the hole the ancient lizard king had torn open. At this time, the sharp-eyed Han Shoror suddenly saw a small pangolin sneakily crawl out, carefully avoiding the furious ancient lizard king. Han Shoror suddenly had a strange feeling when he saw this oddly small pangolin. Before Han Shoror could react, the pangolin suddenly transformed into a goshawk and flew away. Han Shoror immediately understood that this was Castle in disguise. Standing at the foot of the mountainous ancient lizard king, Han Shoror looked around at the dumbstruck invaders. He saw that Castle had already flown to Celt's side, so he didn't make a move to deal with him. Celt and Arlen, the 2 leaders of the invaders, had wonderful expressions on their faces. They felt their lips go dry, not knowing what to do as they watched the enormous creature stand up from the ruins. Human, didn't you say he was afraid of fire and bombs? How did he survive when the mountain was destroyed? Arlen suddenly felt like he'd been played. If not for the fact that the Redbud Knights had suffered greater losses than him, he would have immediately gone all out against Celt. At this point, Celt didn't know what to say. He stared at the gigantic creature as it roared and vented its anger. He stammered, How would I know? Before the two invaders could open their mouths to argue again, Castle flew over and transformed into his human form. He pointed at the inconspicuous Han standing at the foot of the ancient Lizard King, his face dark. It's him, it's this person who helped the ancient Lizard King. Otherwise, the Lizard King would have been finished. Only after Castle pointed did Celt, Arlen, and Matriarch Dana notice the inconspicuous Han standing at the foot of the ancient Lizard King. Celt and Dana had a blood feud with Han. When they saw Han appear, they almost lost control and rushed over. It's him again. He's called Brian, a noble of the Lancelot Empire. I must kill him with my own hands. Celt gnashed his teeth, glaring at Han as he explained to Arlen. I know him. He's the one who ruined our grand plan last time. Otherwise, we would have made the lizard men suffer a great loss. The flirtatious Dana shrieked, pointing at Han and shouting angrily. You despicable invaders, you will all die under my wrath today. The ancient Lizard King roared at the sky, venting the hatred in his heart. He finally focused his attention on Celt and the others. The entire space was filled with the message the ancient Lizard King wanted to convey. The earth trembled as the ancient Lizard King's enormous body strode towards Celt and the others. Every step of the incomparably enormous ancient Lizard King covered a distance of several dozen meters. Crunching sounds rang out as several heavily armored Redbud Knights were stomped into meat patties, fresh blood spilling onto the ground. His 10-meter-long tail danced like a python, flinging dozens of Redbud Knights and dark elves high into the sky. They all fell to the ground dead. As the ancient Lizard King moved its enormous body, its incomparable might gave off a feeling that it was impossible to resist. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. Every time he took a step, a few knights would be crushed into meat paste. His tail had become a lethal weapon. As he moved, the knights and dark elves were killed by his tail one after another. Celt and Arlen's subordinates fired magic after magic at the ancient Lizard King's body. However, the ancient Lizard King's rock-like body seemed to have an excellent resistance to magic. Magic attacks of that level simply couldn't harm him. As for arrows, spears, and javelins, they couldn't even penetrate the ancient Lizard King's sturdy body. Only two of Arlen's dark elven archers, who possessed a special kind of bow and arrow, managed to leave one or two scars on the ancient Lizard King's body. Unfortunately for the ancient Lizard King, that level of damage was like a mosquito bite to a human. It had no effect whatsoever, and was unable to stop the ancient Lizard King from wreaking havoc across the land, crushing even more Redbud Knights and dark elves into pieces. Even more terrifying was the ancient Lizard King's miraculous attacks. Strands of strange energy shot out in all directions like mental energy. Without the restriction of the magic formation, the ancient Lizard King's attacks were even more frightening. A Redbud Knight would fall to the ground with heavy injuries if hit by 2 strands. If hit by 3 strands, they would die on the spot. The dark elves that Arlen had brought with him were even worse off. Only a powerful dark elf like Arlen could rely on magic to defend against this kind of attack. Retreat, all of you retreat, Celt roared in pain. He didn't take out the divine weapon Starry Sky, because he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to defeat the ancient Lizard King with his current strength. Thus, he decisively issued the order to retreat. As for Arlen, there was no need to say much. He had already begun to flee in a panic, even ignoring the matriarch of the Dark Elves who had come with him, Dana. The pitiful Dana wasn't particularly strong. She accidentally tripped in the middle of her escape, and when she raised her head to stand up, she saw a black mountain pressing down on her. The ancient Lizard King stomped her into meat paste with a single stomp. All the invaders were fleeing. Han followed the ancient Lizard King, happily allowing the Demon Slayer Edge to absorb as much energy as possible. The Yin Demon kept a close eye on Celt, ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment when he wasn't paying attention. During this process, the Dark Mantle members who had heard the news had also arrived at the area under Cecilia's lead. Cecilia and the others hadn't even gotten close when they were intimidated by the mountainous figure of the ancient Lizard King. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. What's that? It's so big. Fire Journeyman Mage Chrissy actually started cheering with a face full of excitement. That should be the creature inside the magic crystal mine. Such a powerful aura, it should be a super rank magical creature that's about to reach rank 5. Why would such a powerful creature appear on this level? Cecilia was extremely shocked. She couldn't help but exclaim as she watched the ancient Lizard King chase after Kelt, Arlen, and the others like a small mountain. Brian, that's Brian. Emily also cried out in surprise. Emily had used the levitation spell to hover in the air, so she could see a bit further. She immediately spotted Han Shoror at the ancient Lizard King's waist and cried out involuntarily. Han Shoror, who'd been at the ancient Lizard King's waist, suddenly flew up to the ancient Lizard King's shoulder. He pointed at the fleeing Kelt and Arlen, saying, "Those two are the leaders. Only by killing them will you be able to avenge your children." Roar! The ancient Lizard King's earth-shattering roar rang out once more. The terrifying sound waves were like sharp weapons, shattering the surrounding shrubs and leaves. "Damn it, I won't let this despicable human get away with it." The noble dark elf, Arlen, heard Han Shoror's instigation of the ancient Lizard King. That wave of sound had almost seriously injured him, and he couldn't help but shout out a threat. Kelt knew Han Shoror's strength, and understood that even without the ancient Lizard King's power, Han Shoror still had the ability to kill Arlen. Therefore, he only sneered at Arlen's angry threat and continued to run without another word. He only wanted to leave this terrifying ancient Lizard King as soon as possible. In this short period of time, more than 1,000 Redbud Knights and Dark Elves had been killed by the ancient Lizard King. Of those who'd come to occupy the Gourd Mountain, only a few hundred were left. They fled in all directions, not a single one daring to stop. Under Han Shoror's reminder, the ancient Lizard King kept a close eye on Kelt and Arlen. He no longer cared about the small fries around him. Although his enormous body moved slowly, each step covered a distance of several dozen meters. Add to that his constant aura attacks, and the chaste Kelt and Arlen were suffering beyond words. They inwardly cursed Han Shoror's 18 generations of ancestors for instigating the ancient Lizard King. "It's really that guy. Why is he with that monster?" Cecilia used some unknown method to hover in the air alongside Emily. Looking at Han Shoror standing on the ancient Lizard King's back with a satisfied expression, Cecilia's heart felt like it had been knocked over. She didn't know what to feel. Cecilia didn't really dislike Han Shoror. On the contrary, she even somewhat admired Han Shoror's strength. Unfortunately, Han Shoror had opposed her time and time again. From the Old Orc's medicine store in the Valley of Sunshine all the way to this mission, Han Shoror had never let her have her way. This made Cecilia, who had become one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle at such a young age, very angry. In her heart, she really wanted to see Han Shoror's defeat. The deeper Han Shoror fell, the happier she would be. But reality always exceeded her expectations. She first learned from Crazy that Kelt, who had lost an ear, and the Green Dragon's tragic death had been caused by Han Shoror. Now that she saw Han Shoror chasing after Kelt in high spirits with the giant lizard, how was that the defeat she wanted? They should have been the ones to deal with Kelt in this mission, but Han Shoror had interfered and forced Kelt into a sorry state all by himself. This made Cecilia, who'd spent so much time and still couldn't do anything to Kelt, feel even more embarrassed. "Oh, it's really Brian. He's so handsome." Crazy finally saw Han Shoror and couldn't help but shout. "You little love-struck fool, shut up. Don't lure that giant lizard over." Cecilia couldn't help but scold her, afraid that the giant lizard would come over. The ancient Lizard King didn't hear the commotion, but the sinister Kelt clearly did. Kelt changed his direction, leading a group of experts from the Redbud Knights straight in their direction. Chapter 344. Damnable Kelt. Everyone be careful. Cecilia's expression changed when she saw Kelt change directions. She hastily warned her subordinates to be careful. The Redbud Knights led by Celt, along with Arlen and the Dark Elves, all changed directions and rushed towards the area where Cecilia, Emily, and the others were. "My lord, that Brian is also a member of the Dark Mantle. As long as we capture those women, he won't dare to act rashly again." Castle urged Celt along the way. He was also very afraid of the ancient lizard king behind him. Since he's in cahoots with Brian, we'll capture him and force him to submit. Celt responded casually. He took out the divine weapon Starry Sky from his space ring and rushed in Cecilia's direction with a cold face. Han Shoror, who was on the ancient lizard king's shoulder, had seen Emily coming from afar. The Redbud Knights and Dark Elves had made such a big move that it was impossible for the Dark Mantle to not know. Their appearance here was also within Han Shoror's expectations. "These two must not leave this place alive, otherwise you won't have any peace," Han Shoror whispered in the ancient lizard king's ear, his eyes fixed on Celt and Arlen. "I don't need you to remind me." The ancient lizard king's thoughts were directly reflected in Han Shoror's mind. At this time, the ancient lizard king had swept through the area. More than 1,000 Redbud Knights and Dark Elves had died. Those who were lucky enough to survive had fled in all directions, gradually moving further and further away from the ancient lizard king. As soon as the ancient lizard king's thoughts were activated, a reddish-brown light enveloped his enormous body. His incomparably large body gradually shrank. Han Shoror, who had been standing on the ancient lizard king's shoulder, was the most sensitive to this change. During this process, he received another message in his mind. Han Shoror knew that the ancient lizard king was preparing to transform into human form, so he flew up from the ancient lizard king's shoulder into the air. Surrounded by the reddish-brown light, the ancient lizard king's mountainous body rapidly shrank. In just 10 breaths of time, he had transformed from a 20-meter-tall giant into a red-faced old man about 170 centimeters tall. The old man's skin was a bright red, and a red robe of unknown material draped over his body. A lizardman's tail protruded from his back. After transforming into human form, the ancient lizard king Degas's appearance had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He had turned into an unremarkable little old man. Degas raised his head to look at Han Shoror, who was floating in the air, and shouted in human language, "You should take care of your friend first. I will make the invader pay the price." This time, the ancient lizard king wasn't using telepathy. Instead, he was using the common language to converse with Han Shoror. It seemed that his ability to transform into human form had been restricted by the ancient magic formation. After transforming into human form, the ancient lizard king's body structure had changed, allowing him to speak human language. As he spoke to Han Shoror, Degas gradually began to rise into the air. However, it seemed that he hadn't flown in a long time. Judging from his movements, it seemed that he was searching for the feeling of flight. With Degas's reminder, Han Shoror discovered that Celt and the others were almost at Cecilia's side. Castle had transformed into an earthen bear midway, charging towards Cecilia's area with a height of 10 meters. When the dark elf noble Arlen saw the inconspicuous Castle suddenly transform into an enormous earthen bear, he jumped in fright. Arlen turned his head to look, and saw the flowing starlight of Starry Sky in Celt's hand. His heart shook violently, and he broke out in a cold sweat over his rudeness to Celt. From the ancient lizard king's aura attack, Arlen understood that the strength of his subordinates was far inferior to that of the Redbud Knights. Even he himself was no match for Celt. If a great druid who could transform into an earthen bear had joined the fray, he would have been the one to suffer in the end. While Arlen's heart was still beating with fear, Cecilia was silently cursing in her heart. She shouted loudly in the air, "Hurry up and retreat. Don't just stay here. Celt is coming." Celt, the leader of the Redbud Legion, was one of the top 10 Knight Orders on the Profound Continent. He was a famous expert even in the Profound Continent. Although Celt had lost the green dragon that had boosted his strength, he still couldn't be underestimated with the divine weapon Starry Sky in hand. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Cecilia wasn't famous for her battle strength. When she saw Celt and the others rush over, she immediately grew worried. "Loathsome women, don't even think of leaving this place today," Celt roared, and dazzling light burst out from starry sky in his hand. It was as if the starry sky had suddenly descended into the underground world. Together with Castle, who had transformed into an earthen bear, they pressed towards Cecilia and the others. A beam of blood-red light suddenly shot out. Blood chi entangled in the air, spreading a thick smell of blood. Halfway through, the blood-red light suddenly spun at a high speed, turning into a huge blood-red ball of light that was covered in spikes that kept splitting the blood-red light. The bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts was activated by the Demon Slayer edge. It rolled towards Castle, who had transformed into an earthen bear, amidst the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Castle, who was about to send a palm strike towards Emily, suddenly felt a surging killing intent behind him. He hurriedly ignored Emily and focused all of his attention on the bloody light behind him. Emily used a levitation spell to lightly retreat. Her head of fine black hair fluttered in the wind as she continuously chanted an incantation with her magic staff. Two enormous hands of death suddenly appeared in the air, grabbing towards Castle's legs. Castle, who had focused all of his attention on Han Shoror's Demon Slayer edge, didn't expect that the retreating Emily would dare to attack. His two legs were grabbed by the hands of death in almost the same instant they formed. Castle, whose movements were hindered, could only use his sturdy bare claws to resist the Demon Slayer edge's twisting. Bloody light flew out from Castle's hands, and sparks shot out from his palms amidst a series of screeching sounds. The earthen bear pounded his chest and stamped his feet as he howled incessantly. When the Demon Slayer edge had exhausted 30% of its magical yuan, it once again turned into a streak of bloody light and returned to Han Shoror. Castle, his hands a bloody mess, let out a roar in his earthen bear form and actually ignored Celt and Dark Elf Arlen. He circled around the high and mighty Emily and ran further into the distance. Boom! A powerful force came crashing down from above. The 10-meter-tall earthen bear was suddenly pressed to the ground by the force. Dozens of attacks then entered Castle's body, causing him to transform into an earthen bear. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose as he gradually shrank back to his normal human form. Above Castle's head, ancient lizard King Degassi, who'd struck him down, turned into a small red dot and slowly descended onto Castle's body. "You're the main instigator of this matter, how can I let you escape?" Degassi, who'd transformed into a red-faced elder, stomped down on Castle's head. With a crunching sound, Castle's head was crushed into a watermelon. On the other side, Cecilia was leading the Dark Mantle members in a desperate attempt to avoid the pursuit of Celt and Arlen. However, Celt obviously didn't know that Han Shoror and Cecilia weren't on good terms. Han Shoror, who'd rushed over, only saved Emily and didn't interfere. He allowed Cecilia and the others to flee in a sorry state. Only when the fire journeyman mage named Chrissy was about to be killed by a Redbud Knight did Han Shoror step in and call out from afar, "Chrissy, come to me. I'll guarantee your safety. Brian, hurry and save Lady Cecilia, hurry." Chrissy seemed to be quite concerned about Cecilia. She didn't immediately run to Han Shoror's side. Instead, she ignored her own safety and kept yelling for Han Shoror to save Cecilia. At this moment, Emily and Han Shoror weren't too far apart. Emily knew that Han Shoror and Cecilia were somewhat estranged. She frowned, but didn't say anything to persuade him. She flew towards Cecilia herself. Standing proudly in the air, Han Shoror couldn't help but curse in a low voice when he saw Emily fly towards Emily without a word. He directly charged towards Emily. He didn't care about Cecilia's life or death, but Emily was his woman. Han Shoror absolutely didn't want anything to happen to her. Emily had actually been secretly paying attention to Han Shoror's movements. When she saw Han Shoror chasing after her, she couldn't help but feel a sweetness in her heart. She understood that Han Shoror had only come because he was worried about her safety. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have cared about Cecilia's life or death. While Celt was chasing after Cecilia and the others, Arlen was leaning towards Emily's side. When he saw Emily fly towards him, he immediately gave the two dark elven archers behind him an order. The two archers raised their bows and aimed at Emily. Magical fluctuations curled around the arrows. Arlen waved the black magic staff in his hand. He chanted an incantation in the dark elven language. A black python condensed from dark elements slithered out from his magic array. It shook its head and wagged its tail, opening its bloody maw and biting towards Emily. "You're courting death," Han Shaw shouted coldly. The demon slayer edge in his right hand suddenly flew out of his hand. Crimson light abruptly shot out from the area formed by the python. The demon slayer edge seemed to have turned into a bloody quagmire. An intense suction force suddenly surged from within. The surrounding air whistled as it was sucked into the quagmire. The violent suction force grew stronger and stronger. The black python that had been charging towards Emily was forcibly pulled away by the enormous suction force. Apart from the dark elf patriarch Arlen, even the two archers were involuntarily sent flying. Although they shouted with all their might, they couldn't stop their bodies from flying out. Together with the shrubbery and rocks that had been kicked up from the ground, they flew into the bloody quagmire created by the demon slayer edge. Just like the black python, they were swallowed up by the bloody quagmire. Arlen was frightened out of his wits. He decisively stabbed the sharp magic staff in his hand into the ground. He held onto the staff with one hand and took out a scroll shrouded in dark magic with the other. He quickly drew something on the scroll, and a cloud of black mist enveloped Arlen. A gust of wind blew, and many gaseous Arlen floated out of the black mist. These gaseous Arlen twisted their bodies and floated up like leaves. They were actually unaffected by the suction force of the bloody quagmire, drifting further and further away until they disappeared. However, Arlen had clearly overlooked the existence of ancient lizard king Degassi. Degassi had been observing the changes in the area but hadn't been in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, dozens of mysterious auras suddenly shot out, burying themselves into the ground. A mournful scream sounded from the depths of the earth. It sounded like Arlen's voice. Degassi chuckled strangely and shouted, "Despicable dark elves, you think you can escape from me? Degassi, how long are you going to stand there and watch? Killing them should have been your job. When did it become my responsibility?" Han Shaw had long since noticed that Degassi had been watching them. When he sensed that Arlen had died in the depths of the earth, he couldn't help but shout. "Interesting human brat. I see that you alone are enough to deal with them, so I'll just be your assistant." Degassi suddenly seemed to be interested in Han Shaw. He continued, "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen this kind of attack before. This kind of energy cultivation method is very special. I want to see just how many more miraculous things you have." Degassi's strength was incomparably terrifying, but he also had miraculous observation skills. After observing for a while, he discovered that Han Shaw's demonic arts were miraculous. This kind of attack that didn't seem to be using aura or elemental magic was something he had never seen before in his long life. Degassi immediately became interested in Han Shaw, as if he wanted to carefully observe Han Shaw. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Han Shaw coldly snorted at Degassi's words. "If that's the case, then you can take your time and watch." Han Shaw moved like lightning to Emily's side. Before Emily could fly out again, he grabbed Emily and yelled at Kelt from afar, "Kelt, what's the use of chasing after those people? Their lives have nothing to do with me. If you don't escape, you'll only end up dead. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Kelt, who had been relentlessly chasing after Cecilia and the others, almost vomited blood when he heard Han Shaw's words. He looked back and saw that Arlen had disappeared, leaving only Han Shaw looking at him with a mocking expression. It seemed that Han Shaw had no intention of saving Cecilia and the others. He was clearly laughing at Kelt. "Damn you, Castle, you gave me the wrong information," Kelt cursed in a low voice. He seemed to have thought it through and no longer cared about the lives of Cecilia and the others. He led the Redbud Knights who'd been following him and dived into the depths of the bushes. "Emily, how did that Cecilia become one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle? With her strength alone, Candide and your brother Amy's can't compare at all." Han Shaw couldn't help but ask Emily in astonishment when he saw that Cecilia only knew how to hide. Under Han Shaw's teasing, Kelt gave up on chasing after Cecilia. When she saw that her companions were safe, Emily shyly broke free from Han Shaw's grasp and looked around with a red face. She then slowly descended from the air and said to Han Shaw, who'd been following closely behind her, Little sister Cecilia didn't fight without permission. Besides, Cecilia's grandfather is one of the oldest elders of the Dark Mantle. He's also one of the only sacred magi in the Empire. You've seen him before. Han Shoror was shocked when he heard these words. He then sighed, no wonder. I was wondering how Cecilia could hold such great power at such a young age with her strength. She even has so many strange magical equipment. It turns out that her grandfather is a sacred magus. Oh, right, I don't remember knowing any sacred magus. I've seen him somewhere before. You're not joking, are you? Of course not. It's just that I can't tell you who that person is. That's the rule. Heh, but I think that in a few days, when your rank in the Dark Mantle is higher, you'll definitely be able to come into contact with this person, Emily said with a charming smile. It was quite amusing to see Han Shoror's confused expression. Her grandfather, I've seen him before. Han Shoror's mind raced rapidly. After thinking for a while, Han Shoror discovered that he had no impression at all, so he didn't waste any more effort to think about it. Little fellow, you're not a good person either. You actually want an old man like me to personally take action. Ancient Lizard King Dagass's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Han Shoror then saw a red shadow shoot towards Kelt in the air. Oh right, Kelt still has divine items and a space ring. We still have to go take a look. Han Shoror suddenly remembered Kelt's wealth and hastily pulled Emily in the direction of Kelt. The Earth Elite zombie buried deep underground gradually roamed the depths of the earth according to Han Shoror's consciousness. It was running towards the Dark Elf Patriarch Arlen, who had been killed by the Ancient Lizard King. It was preparing to strip Arlen of all his valuables. As for Castle, whose head had been crushed by Dagass's foot, Han Shoror didn't pay any attention to him. Druids who believed in nature had never liked to collect wealth. This exception, the traitor Castle, hadn't had the opportunity to own a magic crystal mine. Han Shoror hadn't seen a space ring in his possession, so one could well imagine that he wasn't very generous. Chapter 345. The Ancient Lizard King Dagass's strength was indeed terrifying. By the time Han Shoror and Emily had arrived at Kelt's side, Kelt had been kicked into the air like a rubber ball. Kelt's thick knight armor was definitely not ordinary, but it was no different from scrap metal under Dagass's attack. A large part of the knight's armor caved in from Dagass's kick, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard from within his body. The Redbud Knights who had come with Kelt were loyal and devoted to him. Facing Dagassi, they charged forward without a care for their own safety, not fearing death in order to buy time for Kelt to escape. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between them and the Ancient Lizard King Dagassi was too great. Dagassi hadn't even used much of his strength, but a dozen Redbud Knights' internal organs had already been smashed by his kicks and punches. The fighting aura from their long swords and spears couldn't cause any harm to an existence at Dagassi's level. Perhaps only when Kelt's strength advanced to the next level and possessed the strength of a sacred knight, along with the divine artifact Starry Sky, would he be able to pose a threat to the Ancient Lizard King Dagassi. However, it seemed that Kelt would never have this opportunity. Dagassi stomped down on him as soon as he landed. With a crunching sound, a footprint appeared on Kelt's chest. All of his internal organs had ruptured, and fresh blood flowed out from the footprint. Kelt's eyes rolled back into his head, and he lost all signs of life. The starlight on the divine artifact Starry Sky suddenly dimmed after Dagassi's death. It was like an ordinary long sword lying quietly in the shrubbery, without any trace of being a divine artifact. Han Shoror flew over with Emily in tow. His eyes lit up as he stared at the divine artifact Starry Sky. Without a word, he shot towards it. However, before Han Shoror could reach it, the divine artifact Starry Sky suddenly flew up and landed in Dagassi's hand with a whoosh. What, you want it? The Ancient Lizard King Dagassi looked at Han Shoror from afar, shaking the Starry Sky in his hand as he asked. Nodding his head, Han Shoror was a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "Yes, I do want it. I see that the weapon in your hand is even fiercer than this sword. Aren't you a little too greedy?" In human form, Ancient Lizard King Dagassi was no longer as emotionless as that colossus. Instead, He seemed very human-like as he grinned and teased Han Shoro. I don't need a weapon, but I have a good friend. If he had this sword, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. Han Shoro explained with a relaxed smile when he saw Degassi teasing him. Chimph, are you going to give it to that girl Phoebe? Previously, Han Shoro had been in a hurry to retrieve the divine artifact Starry Sky and had temporarily let go of Emily's hand. At this time, Emily used a levitation spell to float to Han Shoro's side, a few traces of anger visible on her charming face. Having been hit by Emily's words, Han Shoro didn't know what to say when he saw Emily's jealous appearance. He could only stand there and laugh dryly without saying a word. This weapon is indeed very good, but Celt was killed by me. No matter what, it should belong to me, right? The red-faced ancient lizard King Degassi looked at Han Shoro with a smile on his face. Seeing Han Shoro nod his head, he continued, "This sword is of no use to me. If you really want it, it's not that I can't give it to you. As long as you agree to a few conditions, not only this sword, but also that human space ring, I can even give it to you." Hearing that the ancient lizard king had a favorable turn of events, Han Shoro's expression shook and he asked, "What are your conditions first?" Degassi wasn't in a hurry to speak. With a flick of his reddish-brown tail, the space ring on Celt's finger also flew into his hand. Celt held the space ring between his fingers for a moment, and a few dozen strange auras suddenly flowed into the space ring. With a bang, the magical barrier around Celt's space ring was forcefully destroyed. Degassi then searched through Celt's space ring, squinting his eyes and laughing merrily at Han Shoro. "There's a lot of good stuff inside, probably worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. I didn't think this guy would be so good at accumulating wealth." After hearing Celt's words, Han Shoro's greed was piqued even more, his heart itching for more. However, seeing that Degassi didn't immediately open his mouth to state his conditions, Han Shoro wasn't in a hurry to ask. He only stared at Degassi, waiting for him to continue. He knew that Degassi would definitely state his conditions. Including all of the magic crystal ores beneath the Gourd Mountain, this priceless divine weapon, and all of the riches in this man's space ring, I can give them all to you, as long as you agree to a few of my conditions. Degassi suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Han Shoro with a serious expression. "Speak." Han Shoro bluntly shouted. "First, before you die, I hope you can protect the lizard men in my place. In addition, if we have the chance to meet again, I hope that you can agree to another condition of mine. I won't say what it is for now, but you must agree to it." Degassi looked at Han Shoro with a grave expression as he spoke lowly. "With you here, who can touch the lizard men? As long as you are willing to spend some time, at least in this layer of the underground world, the lizard men can easily dominate this layer. What can I help you with?" Han Shoro stared blankly for a moment before he asked in a puzzled manner. Shaking his head, the ancient lizard king sighed lowly, "I can't stay in the underground world, or else the lizard men will be exterminated. There are some things you won't understand, perhaps you'll understand a few things the next time we meet. After I talk to my child, I will leave this place to take revenge on the bastard who imprisoned me. Perhaps we will never meet again, because I will most likely face death. However, if we can meet again, I believe your strength will be far greater than this. I look forward to your growth, and if I don't die, perhaps you will be able to help me." The ancient lizard King Degassi was a creature even more powerful than the Lord of the Flames. Han Shoro found it hard to imagine any person or creature that could kill him. This time, he was prepared to die when he left. Han Shoro didn't know how he could help him in the future, but for Han Shoro, the enormous benefits in front of him clearly outweighed his worries for the future. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement, promising, "As long as I don't die, I will help you take care of these lizard men. However, my abilities are limited, and I can only do my best. Also, the next time we meet, I hope your conditions won't be too difficult to fulfill." "Haha, good, very good." The ancient lizard King Degassi laughed heartily. He didn't make Han Shoro swear an oath to the gods, and straightforwardly tossed the divine artifact Starry Sky and Celt's space ring to Han Shoro. He then said to Han Shoro, "I believe you. Let's go, I'll help you get the magic crystal mine. Also, I'll give an explanation to those children who worship me. Han Shoror took Kelt's space ring and scanned it with his mental strength. He was immediately shocked by the dazzling wealth inside. Multicolored crystals were sparkling and translucent, and all kinds of gold, silver, and jade were piled up together in a dazzling lineup. Kelt had probably plundered the golden dragon or obtained it from the underground world. In addition, there were some weapons and equipment that were surrounded by magical elements. They should have been refined by the hands of a great alchemist. There were also 3 ownerless crystal cards with a face value of 100,000 gold coins. Anyone could take these ownerless crystal cards and directly withdraw gold coins. It was just as Degassi had said, the items in Kelt's space ring were definitely worth 1,000,000 gold coins. If he gave all the crystals, gold, silver, and jade to Phoebe to sell, it might even be worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins. All right, I'll go with you. Han Shoror agreed. He raised his head to look at the corpses on the ground, hesitating for a moment before asking Degassi, the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves you killed, their armor and weapons are also pretty good. In addition, there might be even more gold coins in their pockets. If you don't mind, can I go with you after I'm done? Degassi laughed involuntarily. Just as he was about to agree, his eyes suddenly lit up. The armor isn't suitable for my children because their body structure is different from humans. However, the weapons can be used. How about this? I'll leave the armor and other items on the corpses to you, and leave the weapons for my children to use. What do you think? No problem. Han Shoror readily agreed, then chuckled, wait a moment, I'll quickly gather these things. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shoror took out the skeletal staff and chanted an incantation. Rows of skeletal warriors appeared in front of Han Shoror, spreading out like snowflakes. Under Han Shoror's command, they collected the valuable weapons, armor, quiver, and money from the corpses. Just as Han Shoror took out the skeletal staff, the ancient lizard king suddenly appeared in front of Han Shoror like lightning, his eyes fixed on the skeletal staff in Han Shoror's hand. His expression was clearly different from before. Han Shoror jumped in fright, but when he saw the strange look in the ancient lizard king's eyes, he hastily put away the skeletal staff and took a step back, feeling a bit guilty. What's wrong? After Han Shoror put away the skeletal staff, the ancient lizard king focused all of his attention on Han Shoror. The ancient lizard king's astonished gaze was focused on Han Shoror, causing Han Shoror's hairs to stand on end, not knowing what the ancient lizard king was thinking. After a while, the ancient lizard king suddenly laughed. Brat, it seems like we really are fated to meet. Do you know the origin of the skeletal staff in your hand? Han Shoror stared blankly, then looked at the ancient lizard king in shock, cautiously asking, don't tell me you know? Heh, it seems like you don't know anything. The skeletal staff belonged to my former master. Do you want to know the secrets of the skeletal staff? The ancient lizard king said to Han Shoror with a bit of excitement. Your former master. Han Shoror was shocked, then exclaimed, you're from the Calamity Church? Calamity Church? What kind of organization is that? I've never heard of it. Degassi replied with a frown, then sighed, since the skeletal staff is in your hands, it means that my master is either dead or no longer on this plane. I don't know where my master is right now, Ari. Hearing that Degassi didn't know of the Calamity Church's existence, Han Shoror thought for a moment, then asked again, what realm are you at? How long have you lived? When I was still a mutated lizard, I followed my master. I'm now a rank 5 super rank magical beast. As for how long I've lived, even I don't know, but I know that I've been sealed in this place for almost 5,000 years. Degassi explained to Han Shoror with a smile, his attitude towards Han Shoror even more cordial than before. As expected of an old monster, Han Shoror exclaimed in his heart. No wonder Degassi didn't know about the Calamity Church. The Calamity Church's history was less than 1,000 years, so the ancient lizard king definitely didn't know of the Calamity Church's existence. It seemed that this skeletal staff's origin was even more ancient, and it wasn't just related to the Calamity Church. Can you tell me about this skeletal staff, as well as what happened back then? Han Shoror was completely baffled, and very much wanted to know all the secrets of the skeletal staff. When you understand the mysteries of the skeletal staff, you'll know what happened 5,000 years ago. Regardless of whether his master had died in this plane or left early, he would definitely leave behind the sequence of events in the skeletal staff. As long as you truly grasp the skeletal staff, you'll definitely be able to learn everything from it. Right now, it's useless even if you know. Furthermore, the things I know definitely won't be as detailed as what Master left behind. You'd better figure it out yourself. Just like Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf, the ancient lizard King Degasi also didn't tell Han Shaw the secrets of the skeletal staff. He only left Han Shaw a direction to uncover the truth. Your strength has already reached rank 5. Isn't that the same as a demigod? Is there an existence more powerful than you in this world? After cursing Degasi in his heart, Han Shaw suddenly recalled Degasi's words and exclaimed in surprise. My strength is considered very strong in the Profound Continent. However, I can tell you that the Profound Continent isn't as simple as you think. There are definitely many beings like me in the Profound Continent. If those powerful existences from 5,000 years ago still remain in the Profound Continent, then there will definitely be existences more terrifying than me. You must know this in your heart. Degasi stared deeply at Han Shaw and cautiously instructed Han Shaw. After hearing Degasi's words, Han Shaw was once again taken aback. Currently, in the various countries of the human world, the most powerful beings that had appeared were sacred rank experts. Han Shaw had never heard of a demigod expert that surpassed the sacred rank. If he hadn't met Degasi this time, Han Shaw definitely wouldn't have known that the Profound Continent still had a rank 5 super-ranked magical beast that was on par with a demigod. According to Han Shaw's understanding, a powerful being like Degasi should be able to walk unhindered in the entire Profound Continent. However, Han Shaw couldn't detect the slightest bit of arrogance in Degasi's words. On the contrary, Han Shaw discovered that Degasi seemed to be in awe and trepidation, without the slightest bit of arrogance or conceit. He even said that there was an existence even more powerful than him in the Profound Continent. Degasi was already a rank 5 super-ranked magical beast that possessed the strength of a demigod. If there was an existence even more powerful than him, then what kind of terrifying existence would it be? Could it be a god? Han Shaw simply didn't dare to imagine this question. After hearing Degasi's words, his mind immediately became a mess. Seeing that the large number of skeletal warriors had already sorted out the armors, weapons, and even the quiver of money, Han Shaw didn't continue thinking about this question. He opened his mouth and said, "Who cares how powerful the existence is? I only want to live my own life. I'm a person with very little ambition, hehe, I shouldn't have any conflict with that kind of person." Degasi sighed in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. He looked at Han Shaw with some emotion, as if he was looking at his master that he hadn't seen for thousands of years and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. A strange light flickered in his eyes. "Brian, do you want me to go with you?" Emily listened for a while, her mind also a bit confused. Seeing Cecilia and the others who had escaped Kelt's pursuit slowly approach with some fear, Emily hurriedly kept a distance from Han Shaw and said to Han Shaw. At this moment, Han Shaw also discovered that Cecilia and the others were walking over timidly. They were obviously afraid of the ancient lizard King Degasi's existence. Their movements were as slow and light as possible, afraid that they would anger Degasi. Chapter 346. Han Shaw wasn't in a hurry to leave. When Emily saw Cecilia and the other Dark Mantle members approach, her expression became a bit reserved. She pulled away from Han Shaw to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, Emily was the daughter-in-law of the Betteridge family. No matter how good her relationship with Han Shaw was, it couldn't be known to others. Otherwise, whether it was for Emily or Han Shaw, at least for the time being, they would definitely attract some unnecessary trouble. Ever since Degasi saw the skeletal staff in Han Shaw's hand, his attitude towards Han Shaw was even better than before. His long years had made him extremely patient. He stood there motionlessly as Cecilia and the others approached. "If you think these people are a hindrance, I'll take care of them for you. It won't take too long." As Cecilia and the others cautiously approached, Degasi suddenly grinned and very naturally asked for Han Shaw's opinion. Degas's attitude towards Cecilia and the others was extremely contemptuous. He wasn't afraid that they would hear his conversation with Han Shoror. To a demigod like Degas, the strength of Cecilia and the others were no different from ants. He only needed to move his hands and he could easily exterminate them. Cecilia and the others approached because they discovered that the ancient lizard king was getting along well with Han Shoror and Emily. Now that she heard the ancient lizard king's suggestion to Han Shoror, Cecilia's pretty face immediately paled. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at Han Shoror with trepidation. No need, they are my colleagues. Han Shoror's reply caused Cecilia to let out a sigh of relief. When she saw that Degas nodded at Han Shoror's words, she slowly walked over. She first nodded at Emily, then said to Degas, "Powerful creature, I am a member of the Lancelot Empire. I am the leader of this operation against the enemy nation. I'm not interested in what you're saying." Before Cecilia could finish, Degas interrupted her impatiently, "Weak human girl, those who dared to invade are all dead. I'm in charge of everything in this region. The underground world isn't a place where you humans should step foot in. Seeing that you're his colleague, I won't kill you. I hope you can leave the underground world as soon as possible." Cecilia was about to say something, but Emily suddenly interjected, "All right, younger sister Cecilia, I think we have successfully completed our mission. We can leave the underground world now. Although we weren't the ones who did this, the Redbud Knights are likely to be erased from the continent. We have done a great service." As Emily and Cecilia spoke, Cecilia desperately winked at Cecilia. Cecilia wasn't stupid and nodded upon seeing Emily's eyes. She then looked at Han Shoror and said with some resentment, "I know you put in a lot of effort in this matter. I will report this matter in detail, but our personal enmity isn't over yet." Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shoror laughed softly, "Up to you." Han Shoror didn't mind, but when Degas heard that Cecilia had a grudge against Han Shoror, he immediately rolled his eyes. A powerful aura like that of a towering mountain suddenly emanated from his short body. Even though the ancient lizard king hadn't transformed into his enormous size, his aura alone was enough to make it hard for Cecilia and the others to breathe. "I'll help you kill them. It looks like they still have some enmity with you. If they can't leave the underground world, then you can do whatever you want. Wouldn't that be the end of it?" Degas's aura alone was enough to make Cecilia, who wasn't adept at fighting, feel uncomfortable all over. He chuckled as he looked at Han Shoror and suggested once again. Han Shoror didn't have a good impression of Cecilia, but it wasn't to the point where he had to take her life. Besides, Emily and Cecilia had a very good relationship, so in front of Emily, Han Shoror couldn't do anything. Therefore, Han Shoror once again shook his head, "They are my colleagues. Although there have been some misunderstandings, they aren't enemies. Let them go." Once Degas's enormous aura relaxed, Cecilia and the others' sweaty breaths returned to normal. This time, Cecilia didn't wait for Emily to signal her with her eyes and turned to leave without another word. Before she left, she looked back at Han Shoror and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Cecilia understood that if Han Shoror hadn't stopped him, the ancient lizard king, who had caused rivers of blood to flow between Celt and the Dark Elves, wouldn't have minded exterminating them with a wave of his hand. Even if Cecilia had a grudge against Han Shoror had saved her life. Even if she didn't want to, she still had to thank him. Unknowingly, Cecilia's resentment towards Han Shoror had lessened a bit. Deep in her heart, she was filled with doubts. She couldn't understand how Han Shoror had formed such a relationship with such a powerful being, and why would such a powerful being listen to Han Shoror? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she suddenly remembered something else. As she was leaving with Emily, Cecilia saw that no one was around and pulled on Emily's arm. She lowered her voice and asked suspiciously, "Are you together with that Brian?" Emily's heart was beating wildly, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn bright red. She pretended to be calm and scolded Cecilia, "What nonsense are you talking about? I've only cooperated with Brian on a few missions, and we're just friends." "That can't be right." Cecilia stared fixedly at Emily, and said doubtfully, "The more I think about it, the more I find it strange. With Brian's selfishness and unfriendly relationship with me, he shouldn't have helped us last time when Castle was hunting us down. I only found out later that it was because of you, sister. It's the same this time. After entering the underground world, he only looked for you through crazy, and during the battle, he only cared about protecting you. Even when that giant lizard was so murderous, he didn't target you at all. I don't think that Brian is a benevolent person, and I've always wondered what kind of relationship he has for him to care so much about you. I've thought about it, and I only think that he would do so because he loves you. Isn't that right, Sister Emily? No, what are you blindly guessing about? It's just that when he wasn't as strong as he is now, I once saved his life, and that's why he's helping me. Don't make wild guesses. Emily vehemently denied it. She knew that she couldn't admit it no matter what, or else it wouldn't benefit either Hanshaw or herself. Sister Emily, look at yourself. You still won't admit it. Cecilia stared at Emily with a surprised expression. She held a small mirror in her hand and placed it in front of Emily. The reflection of Emily in the mirror was bashful, but secretly happy. This was because Cecilia said that Hanshaw cared about her so much because he loved her, and Emily couldn't hold back her sweetness, which was why she showed it. No one would believe that the blushing Emily had nothing to do with Hanshaw. Seeing that Cecilia was certain that she had an affair with Hanshaw, Emily softly sighed and said, Sister Cecilia, to be honest, I do have a good impression of him, but you know my situation. I'm a widow of the Betteridge family, and I'm slightly older than him. Even if I have feelings for him, he won't care. My identity is destined to prevent ordinary men from having wild thoughts about me. Sigh. Emily sighed in self-pity. After hearing her explanation, Cecilia came to a sudden realization. She thought that Sister Emily only had a one-sided love for Brian. As she thought of this, Cecilia saw that Emily seemed to have a miserable expression, and hastily advised, Sister Emily, I think that this Brian is definitely not an ordinary person. With his strength, it won't be long before he will grasp great power. You also know that once he has enough strength, there's nothing that is impossible in Lancelot Empire. Don't worry, when the time comes, my grandfather and I will help you. After hearing Cecilia's words, Emily was truly somewhat moved, especially the last sentence that made Emily's heart overjoyed. Cecilia's grandfather had a noble status in Lancelot Empire. When the time comes, if she and Hanshaw really decided to be together, things would definitely go much smoother if that old man spoke up. Really? If Brian and I can really be together, will you let your grandfather help me? Emily was delighted as she hastily asked. Of course, my grandfather listens to me the most. As long as I'm willing to help you, my grandfather will definitely help you. Cecilia replied proudly. Then this sister will thank you in advance. Emily was overjoyed as she thanked Cecilia. There's no need for us sisters to be so polite. Oh right, tell me how you saved that cocky fellow back then. I'm quite interested in his matters right now. Cecilia chuckled lightly as she questioned Emily. As the two girls led the Dark Mantle members further and further away, Hanshaw also stored all the weapons, armor, and money that the skeletal warriors had tidied up into his space ring. Hanshaw's space ring held a portion, while Kelt's space ring was also filled up. Finally, Hanshaw remembered the space ring of the Fire Grand Magus Mosso and had ancient lizard King Degassi break the magical brand on it. From Mosso's space ring, he collected over 300,000 gold coins as well as several valuable magical equipment. The most valuable of them all was a peculiar tent. The tent looked like it could only hold 2 or 3 people, but when Hanshaw walked in, he discovered that the space within the tent was much larger than he had imagined. The tent was divided into 3 levels with over 100 rooms of various sizes. Each room was decorated cleanly and brightly, and covered with expensive carpets. There were also several magic laboratories on the top level, including some magical equipment and a fire magic library. There were even 2 storage rooms with some strange fire magic items inside. It looked like this was where Mosso usually did her experiments. This seemingly unremarkable little tent was actually an extremely expensive space treasure. The space inside was no smaller than the City Lord's mansion in Brettel City where Hanshaw lived. This wondrous tent must have been created by a space sacred magus and a great alchemist working together. Compared to an ordinary space ring, This tent could hold a lot more space. More importantly, when traveling in the wild, as long as this tent was opened, it could hold hundreds of adventurers. To some mercenaries who were out on a mission, this spatial treasure had a value comparable to a divine artifact. This thing is not bad. Although it's not a divine weapon, its practical value is even greater. If you want to sell it, you can sell it for at least 300,000 gold coins. The ancient lizard king said to Han Shao after learning of the tent's miraculous uses. I won't sell such a miraculous thing. I'll definitely keep it for my own use. Han Shao replied to the ancient lizard king. After stripping the corpses of the surrounding Redbud Knights and Dark Elves, Han Shao and Degasi returned together to the ruined Gourd Mountain. Thanks to the Earth Elite zombie, a tunnel had already been dug out from the depths of the ground. The lizard men all came out one by one. Where's our great true god? As soon as Han Shao and Degasi arrived, the lizard man leader with the longest tail immediately asked Han Shao. Pointing at the ancient lizard king Degasi, who also had a tail but a human appearance, Han Shao smiled and explained, "Isn't it right here?" When the lizard man leader heard Han Shao's words, he looked at the ancient lizard king Degasi with some shock. When they felt the familiar aura of Degasi that made them feel at ease and willing to serve him, the lizard men all kowtowed to Degasi under the leader's lead, mumbling something in the lizardman language. In his human form, the ancient lizard king was no longer restrained by the ancient magic matrix. He also spoke gibberish in the lizardman language, contentedly conversing with the other lizard men. Han Shao didn't understand and couldn't join in the conversation, so he could only stand to the side and watch. The Earth Elite zombie rubbed his head and looked at the lizard men for a while. He was still a bit afraid of the ancient lizard king Degasi, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Degasi's body. Without a word, he walked to Han Shao's side and tugged at the corner of Han Shao's clothes, sending a message, "Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back." Han Shao stared blankly at the Earth Elite zombie who'd sent this message. Before Han Shao could say anything, the ancient lizard king Degasi suddenly looked at the Earth Elite zombie in shock and asked incredulously, Was this zombie warrior communicating with you just now?" "Hey, I think so," Han Shao replied. In his heart, Han Shao was also a bit astonished. In the beginning, the Earth Elite zombie was also able to communicate with him. It was just that the Earth Elite zombie had always listened to orders unilaterally, and the messages he sent were simple reports of the battle. He didn't express his own thoughts like now. It seemed that unknowingly, the Earth Elite zombie had slowly developed its own consciousness like the little skull. This also meant that the Earth Elite zombie's strength was definitely gradually increasing, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to develop its own thoughts so quickly. If I didn't hear wrong, he wants to return to the necromancy dimension on his own. As your summoned creature, can he also have his own consciousness? The ancient lizard king Degasi couldn't help but ask in surprise and doubt that he could actually sense the message the Earth Elite zombie had just sent to Han Shao. He's different from ordinary undead creatures. You've also seen that he can use the power of the earth to travel through the earth at will, using the power of the earth to create tunnels. This has something to do with the martial technique I practice. I can use this martial technique to change the undead creatures I summon. Not only do I bestow them with higher intelligence, I can also bestow them with greater strength. They even have the ability to continuously evolve. For some reason, Han Shao also had a favorable impression of the ancient lizard king Degasi. Han Shao could feel the ancient lizard king's passion and trust in him. He knew that the ancient lizard king wouldn't harm him, so he answered truthfully. "Incredible, truly incredible. Even my master didn't have the ability to bestow undead creatures with intelligence and the ability to continuously evolve. It seems that the martial technique you practice is even more miraculous than I imagined." Degasi sighed. I also feel that the martial technique I practice is very miraculous. I believe that when I break through again, I might be able to possess the same strength as you." Han Shao recalled how Chu Kanglan was able to travel to the moon at the Nine Changes realm. He knew that once he reached the carnal realm, his strength would definitely explode by 10 or even 100 times, so he spoke with confidence. "Very good, I really look forward to our next meeting. If I'm still alive, we will definitely have the opportunity to meet again. Perhaps at that time, you really will be able to help me. Degassi said gratifyingly, then mumbled to the Lizardmen leader. After Degassi finished speaking, the Lizardmen leader respectfully said to Han Shoror, "From today onwards, we Lizardmen of the underground world will listen to your instructions." Chapter 347. For the next few days, Han Shoror stayed deep underground, collecting the magic crystal ores with the help of ancient lizard king Degassi. Only when Han Shoror's space ring could no longer hold any more magic crystal ores did he emerge from the ruins of Gourd Mountain. Han Shoror's harvest from this trip to the underground world was bountiful. Not only had he killed Kelt, but he had also gained the friendship of the Lizardmen. Han Shoror's space ring was also completely filled with spoils of war. During this trip to the underground world, Han Shoror had taken all the spoils of the Redbud Knights as his own, as well as Kelt's many years of savings, including several pieces of Dark Elf Arlen's magic equipment. His total harvest this time, if converted to gold coins, was at least 2 million. Alright, I'll leave the underground world first. I'll come back next time to collect the remaining magic crystal ores. The next time I come, I'll bring more weapons for you to use to resist the Dark Elves' invasion. Han Shoror said to the Lizardmen leader. The next time you come, I won't be in the underground world. I hope we'll meet again, and I hope you can take care of them for me. Ancient Lizard King Degassi looked at Han Shoror, who was preparing to leave. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of them. Han Shoror solemnly promised. In these past few days, Degassi had told Han Shoror many things that Han Shoror was interested in. He was just like a benevolent old man. Unknowingly, Han Shoror had developed a favorable impression of Degassi. Now, he was a little reluctant to leave. From Degassi's words, Han Shoror knew that his departure this time wasn't as simple as leaving the underground world. He seemed to be planning on leaving the profound continent. Degassi was a little vague about these deeper secrets, and didn't explain too much to Han Shoror. Han Shoror couldn't understand the thoughts of a demigod like Degassi, nor did he pursue the matter. Han Shoror only vaguely understood that Degassi's enemies were probably just as powerful. Han Shoror's performance in parting with Degassi was carefree and unruffled. After leaving this area, Han Shoror didn't continue to stay in the underground world. Relying on his amazing memory, he followed the original path to the surface world. Han Shoror didn't encounter anything special along the way. Occasionally, he would encounter some races that tried to rob Han Shoror, but they were all killed by Han Shoror with lightning speed. He easily returned to the dark forest. After staying in the underground world for more than 10 days, Han Shoror felt a sense of satisfaction when he suddenly saw the sun hanging high above his head. The warm sunlight shone down, making Han Shoror feel extremely comfortable. The lush vegetation of the dark forest was mixed with a few exotic flowers and rare herbs. They overflowed with a delicate fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind in this warm spring. Feeling the warmth and comfort that was different from the dark and damp underground world, Han Shoror headed straight for the Cemetery of Death. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shoror didn't linger and directly returned to the City Lord's mansion in Brettel City. Having reaped a bountiful harvest, Han Shoror immediately called for a small meeting, summoning little Fatty Jack, Dorcas, Fork, Chester, and the others to come see him. "You've been gone for more than 10 days, where have you been?" Jack was the closest to Han Shoror, directly asking as soon as he arrived. "Hehe, I made a trip to the Dark Forest." "Oh right, has Brettel City been stable lately?" Han Shoror smiled faintly. He didn't conceal his trip to the Dark Forest this time, only that he didn't reveal the existence of the Cemetery of Death. Although the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves of the underground world had suffered heavy losses, a small portion of the Redbud Knights had still managed to escape. These people should also know of Han Shoror's identity. His actions in the underground world this time must have been known beforehand. Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle here, bowed respectfully to Han Shoror and said, "My lord, I have some information to report to you in a moment. We're all on the same side, there's no need to hide anything. Speak directly." Hanshaw knew that Dick must have received some information from above. Jack, Dorcas, Fawk, and Chester were all people Hanshaw could trust. Although Fawk had been sent here by Lawrence should have also mentioned Hanshaw's identity as a member of the Dark Mantle to Hanshaw. Therefore, Hanshaw didn't need him to avoid suspicion. Jack and Dorcas had interacted with Dick for a long time these days, and more or less knew some of Dick's background. The existence of the Dark Mantle wasn't a secret in the Lancelot Empire. Although many people wouldn't openly discuss it, they still had a general idea in their hearts. Lord Candide has sent a message, expressing high praise for your actions in the underground world. The Dark Forest is the border of our Lancelot Empire. Although the Brut Merchant Alliance will be extremely indignant at the heavy losses suffered by the Redbud Knights, they won't take any drastic actions. Lord Candide wants you to be at ease. Seeing that Hanshaw didn't have any misgivings, Dick directly reported. Nodding his head, Hanshaw smiled and said, "Continue." Dorcas, Jack, and Fawk were completely baffled by Dick's words. They didn't understand what Dick was talking about, but Fawk and Dorcas had heard of Candide, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. From Dick's words, the two knew that Hanshaw and Candide's relationship wasn't shallow. They were both astonished. Lord Candide said that your contributions this time were very great. With His Majesty's approval, from now on you will be the 2nd Dark Sun Envoy. As long as you visit the Dark Mantle headquarters next time, we can change your position on the badge. Congratulations, Lord. Dick's face was full of worship. He himself was the first to become excited. A 2nd Dark Sun Envoy, hey, it looks like Cecilia didn't hide my contributions. This woman can be considered to have some connections. Hanshaw was also in a good mood as he muttered to himself with a smile. From Star Envoy to Moon Envoy was one rank, from Moon Envoy to Sun Envoy was another. From Sun Envoy to Star Envoy, each rank was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Becoming a 2nd Dark Sun Envoy meant that from this moment on, Hanshaw had taken another step forward in the Dark Mantle. The special treatment he could enjoy was also a level higher. He could even recruit his own subordinates and control an area. My lord, a 2nd Dark Sun Envoy has the right to appoint Star Envoys on missions. He also has the right to directly give Star Envoys merits and raise their status. Chester excitedly looked at Hanshaw and reminded him, "Don't worry, I naturally won't forget your benefits after becoming a 2nd Dark Sun Envoy." Hanshaw laughed heartily as he said to Chester. He then looked at Dick with a smile and said, "Apart from this, did the higher-ups say anything else?" Lord Candide said that you don't need to worry about other things. He will be responsible for helping you deal with those unfavorable comments. My lord only needs to take care of the matters in Brettel City. Dick hesitated for a moment before replying. Nodding his head, Hanshaw expressed that he understood. He was clear that Cecilia had truthfully reported the situation this time. She'd naturally also told him about how he'd intercepted Cecilia's forest troll operation. "All right, I understand." Hanshaw looked at Dorcas and Fawk and asked, "What's the situation in Brettel City recently? Have the mountain people all come down from the mountains? Has the 7 Grand Duchies taken any action against Brettel City? A total of 20,000 mountain people have come down from the mountains and are currently living in Brettel City. The 5 mountain leaders have actively cooperated with us, allowing the operation to go very smoothly this time. The 7 Grand Duchies have slowly calmed down during this time. Only Helentina of Helen Duchy is still annihilating the rebels in her duchy. However, she's also nearing the end of it." Dorcas replied. Ever since Dorcas had entered the army, he'd gradually replaced Fawkes' position through his own efforts and Hanshaw's meticulous arrangements. Dorcas was a pure soldier and didn't conceal his ambition for battle. Due to all the formal military education he'd received for so many years, he was much better at leading troops than Fawk, who'd been born a knight. Fawk also understood in his heart that Dorcas was indeed more skilled in this aspect. Add to that the fact that Dorcas had gained Hanshaw's deep trust, there was nothing he could do about this gradual change in authority. Fortunately, Hanshaw didn't mistreat him. He'd formed a troop of 1,000 knights consisting of Falk's trusted aides and the strongest soldiers of Brettel City. Han Shoror had built this troop of 1,000 knights according to the most luxurious equipment. Their armor, weapons, and accessories were all the most expensive in all of Brettel City. Han Shoror had invested a lot into this troop of knights, using the best materials that could be purchased from the market. Han Shoror had already invested 300,000 gold coins. Apart from the lack of war horses, this troop of knights wasn't inferior to the regular knights of the Empire in terms of equipment. Of course, compared to the top 10 knight regiments of the Profound Continent, this troop of knights was still far inferior in terms of both combat power and equipment. However, in the current Brettel City and even the 7 Grand Duchies, this newly formed troop of knights couldn't be underestimated. As a pure knight, there was nothing more tempting than having control over such a regular troop of knights. Therefore, Falk didn't express too much displeasure at the loss of military authority. Instead, he poured all of his enthusiasm into training this troop of knights. It seems that the 7 Grand Duchies won't have the energy to make a move against us for the time being, Han Shoror said with a smile. Dorcas nodded and said with certainty, right now, it looks like the 7 Grand Duchies won't make a move for at least a month. However, if the 7 Grand Duchies do make a move against us this time, it definitely won't be a single one. News of the disastrous losses suffered by the 4 bandit bands has already spread throughout the 7 Grand Duchies. Although the combined strength of every single one of the duchies isn't something the 4 bandit bands can compare to, I think that with this example, they won't dare to act blindly without full confidence. After a pause, Dorcas continued, in other words, either the 7 Grand Duchies don't make a move, or if they do, I'm afraid it'll be another fierce battle for Brettel City. Humph, the 7 Grand Duchies have always treated Brettel City as their hunting ground. I think they need to change this concept. Only by killing every time they come will they remember. Han Shoror said with a cold expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said to Dorcas and Falk, take advantage of the fact that Brettel City is still relatively safe during this period of time to train your soldiers. Our targets are the bandit bands that have invaded Brettel City in the past few years. I know that apart from the 4 bandit bands, there are also 7 or 8 bandit bands of various sizes that have attacked Brettel City. Think of a way to make them spit out everything they've plundered. Dorcas' eyes shone with an ominous glint when he heard Han Shoror's words. He immediately replied, don't worry my lord, I know what to do. Heh, after this trip to the underground world, I suddenly realized that the fastest way to quickly strengthen Brettel City is to plunder the fruits of others' labor. On one hand, we can train our soldiers, and on the other hand, we can plunder their resources. This is truly the best of both worlds. Having made a huge fortune in the underground world, Han Shoror finally understood why there were so many bandits in the 7 Grand Duchies, and why even the Redbud Knights, one of the 10 great knight orders on the continent, didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles to the dark forest. My lord, I have some interesting news. Dick laughed vulgarly at this time as he spoke to Han Shoror. When Han Shoror saw Dick's wretched smile, he knew that the words coming out of his mouth weren't some serious news. He said unhappily, what interesting news? Look at you smiling like that, I really want to beat you up. Heh. The Narsen Duchy that was originally on friendly terms with the Helen Duchy seems to have fallen out with them recently. Even Duke Benedict of the Narsen Duchy didn't help Helentina in annihilating some of her opponents. Does my lord know the reason for this? Dick said to Han Shoror with a sinister smile. Frowning, Han Shoror asked, what reason? Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, my lord. The 7 Grand Duchies now know that you've raped Helentina. Benedict, who's been pursuing her all this time, naturally also heard about this matter. Grand Duke Benedict has pursued Helentina bitterly for so long, but Helentina never agreed. Who would have thought that my lord would rape her just a few months after arriving at Brettel City? To Benedict, a woman who's been used by someone else naturally loses the taste she should have. Therefore, Benedict's attitude towards the Helen Duchy has changed greatly. He even watched with folded arms when Helentina was fighting with her internal enemies. Dick explained with a strange smile, then sighed in admiration, my lord is truly far-sighted, splitting apart two of our most solid allies without shedding a single drop of blood. Indeed, my lord is truly far-sighted. We are far inferior to my lord in this aspect. We must learn from my lord. Chester also had a look of admiration on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Hanshaw's expression darkened. Looking at these filthy fellows, he snorted and said, "This news came from your mouths. I'm not as despicable as you think." Chester and Dick laughed dryly without saying a word. Jack, on the other hand, was full of interest as he said enviously, "Brian, I heard that woman is very beautiful. You are truly blessed." It seemed that these people wouldn't believe Hanshaw's explanation. Hanshaw didn't spend too much time on this topic. He took out Kelt's space ring and took out the armor of the Redbud Knights as well as a large amount of magic crystal ore. He said to Jack, "This space ring contains the armor of the Redbud Knights, as well as a large amount of magic crystal ore. When you put the goods into the warehouse later, leave this space ring behind." "This space ring, is it for me?" Jack was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the space ring Hanshaw handed over, his voice a little high. "Yes, this space ring originally belonged to Kelt, the commander of the Redbud Knights. The space inside is enough for you to store items," Hanshaw said to Jack with a smile. He then handed over Fire Mage Mosso's space ring to Jack, saying, "There are some crystals and various jewels inside, as well as nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. All of them will be used as Brettel City's operating funds. I'll leave them in your hands." Jack took Kelt's space ring and sensed the large amount of magic crystal ore and armor stored inside. He smiled at the excited Fork, saying, "Fork, now you have even better armor to use. The magic crystal ore inside is enough for our magic crystal cannons to use for a while." "That's great." The City Lord's trip was really fruitful. Fork exclaimed with joy when he heard Jack's words. Kelt and Mosso's space rings were filled with the magic crystal ore they'd excavated this time, as well as the armor that the dead Redbud Knights had stripped off, as well as the crystals, jade, and gold that Kelt had collected from the underground world. As for the magical equipment and the divine weapon Starry Sky, as well as the tent with the magical space, they'd all been stored in Hanshaw's space ring ahead of time. All that was given to Jack were gold coins and items that could be sold for gold coins that didn't have much practical value to Hanshaw. For Hanshaw, Brettel City was his most important capital. How to make Brettel City stronger was his true concern. These gold coins would definitely be put to good use in Jack's hands. "Alright, it's up to you guys how to use these things," Hanshaw said to Jack and the others. He knew that Brettel City would become even more powerful with these things. Chapter 348. After 5 days, Fabian and a group of merchants once again arrived at Brettel City. The supplies they'd brought this time were far greater than the last time. The enthusiasm of the merchants who'd tasted the sweetness was beyond Hanshaw's expectations. This time, each merchant brought a caravan. 2 earth dragons even appeared to pull the carriages. The earth dragons had bags of various sizes on their bodies, filled with goblin bombs and bags of crossbow bolts. The supplies on the carriages at the back were covered tightly with grey canvas. However, judging from the high arched shape of the carriages, one could tell that they were war chariots with astonishing firepower. The carriages pulled by the 2 slow-moving earth dragons were 5 meters wide and a dozen meters long. Such a wide carriage could hold 10 war chariots or catapults. There were at least 20 war chariots pulled by the 2 earth dragons, and 27 smaller carriages pulled by war horses. Although these 27 carriages weren't as large as the 2 earth dragons, each one could still hold 3 war chariots. Further back were the cloud mover beasts, which had the same ability to carry heavy loads as the earth dragons, but moved slowly. These cloud mover beasts were twice the size of war horses, and their 4 long legs were as thick as elephants. They carried bags of food and daily necessities on their backs, which should be enough to replenish Brettel City's stockpiles. Compared to the last time, the number of merchants had doubled. Each of them was beaming with joy, their expressions relaxed as they discussed the rewards they'd receive along the way. There were no more corpses on the road from Seamist City to Brettel City, nor were there any traces of bandits. Under Dorcas's sweep, All the disobedient bandits in the area were eradicated. The remaining obedient bandits were tamed and turned into diligent cleaners who cleaned up the rotting corpses. These minute discoveries gradually put the new merchants at ease. When they arrived at Brettel City, Jack, as the financial officer of Brettel City, finished counting every batch of supplies and handed over the gold coins to the merchants on the spot. The merchants who'd traveled thousands of miles were in a good mood after receiving their rewards. They weren't in a hurry to leave Brettel City. Instead, they began to tangle with Jack in an attempt to open a shop in Brettel City. Jack, the boot merchant guild, also plans on establishing a branch in the city. Arrange a suitable location for us, Fabian said to Jack. Understood, the boot merchant guild branch will definitely be arranged first. Jack happily agreed, ignoring the dissatisfaction of the surrounding merchants. He pulled Fabian to the side and said sneakily, "Have these people really thought it through and decided to set up shop in Brettel City?" Yes, after the defeat of the 4 bandit groups, Brettel City has become a good place for merchants to find treasures under our deliberate promotion. To be honest, the mines around Brettel City were rich in minerals. As long as they had enough craftsmen, Brettel City could use these ores to create weapons. Brettel City was the pass closest to the 7 Grand Duchies. To the 7 Grand Duchies, Lancelot's luxurious clothes, porcelain, and other luxuries were something the nobles of the 7 Grand Duchies would gladly spend large amounts of money to purchase. The valiant war horses, furs, and gems produced by the 7 Grand Duchies were something the Lancelot Empire needed. If it wasn't for the fact that Brettel City's safety couldn't be guaranteed, a city with such an excellent location like this would have long since become a place where merchants would fight to make a fortune. Now that we've released the news of Brettel City's great victory over the 4 bandit groups and the removal of the obstacles on the road, many guilds working with the Boot Merchant Guild have taken the initiative to come over. This is only the first batch. Just wait and see. As long as Brettel City's safety can truly be assured, more and more merchants chasing huge profits will definitely swarm into Brettel City. At that time, Brettel City would be extremely lively even if it didn't want to. Fabian explained to Jack. It looks like my choice was indeed wise. After hearing Fabian's words, little fatty Jack's chubby face was smiling so widely that even his little eyes were almost invisible. Little fatty Jack then said to Fabian, "Do you know how many valuable things Brian brought back from his trip to the underground world this time?" "Haha, uncle. I now have more than 2 million gold coins in my hands that I can use. If I include the crystals, gold, silver, and jewelry, the wealth I hold in my hands is more than 3 million gold coins. I've never dared to believe that I could hold such a large sum of money before." Fabian was obviously taken aback by Jack's words. He then sighed and said, "You brat, follow Brian well. The fact that he's given you such a large sum of money is enough to prove his trust in you. Based on this situation, as long as you continue to work hard in Brettel City, becoming a noble in the future won't be difficult at all. Don't worry, uncle, I know what to do. Those crystals, gold, silver, and jewelry still need to be sold through merchant guilds. As long as there's enough gold coins, Brettel City will become an impenetrable fortress." Jack replied, "There are ready-made merchants here. I think they'll definitely be interested in the things you have in your hands. You can directly trade with them." Fabian laughed heartily and said, "I still have to go see Brian. Miss Phoebe asked me to bring some things to him." "Go, he's waiting for you," Jack replied. After leaving Jack's place, Fabian found Han Shoror's room. Han Shoror had been waiting for a long time when he knew that Fabian was coming. When he heard Fabian's footsteps, Han Shoror welcomed him in and said with a smile, "Mr. Fabian, did Phoebe ask you to bring me anything?" "Of course, the things you need are inside this space ring." Fabian replied with a smile and handed a space ring to Han Shoror. Han Shoror held the space ring and scanned it with his mental strength. He immediately smiled. "Give this sword to Phoebe for me. You must be careful. Don't let anything go wrong along the way." Taking out the divine weapon Starry Sky, Han Shoror cautiously handed it to Fabian. He reminded him again, "This is the divine weapon Starry Sky in the hands of Kelt, commander of the Redbud Knights. You should be able to imagine its value." Fabian's expression immediately turned grave when he heard Han Shoror's words. He stored the divine weapon Starry Sky into his own space ring and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely deliver it to Miss Phoebe. Have Phoebe continue to collect the items on this list for me." Han Shoror took out another list and handed it to Fabian. "All right, I know what to do." Fabian put away the list and continued to promise. After Fabian left, Han Shoror found Chester and gave him a few instructions before returning to the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death was filled with a deathly aura all year round. Amidst the pure white bones, there was now a huge, oval-shaped crypt. This crypt was surrounded by 12 multicolored banners. Each of the banners was about 10 meters tall and fluttered in the windless Cemetery of Death. Strange symbols were drawn on each of the banners. The enormous oval-shaped crypt was filled with sharp-boned spikes. A portion of these spikes had been plucked from the dead green dragon by Han Shoror, while the other portion had been obtained from the forbidden area last time. All of them were the bones of dead super-rank magical creatures. Han Shoror poured bucket after bucket of black and purplish liquid into the enormous oval-shaped crypt. When all of the black and purplish liquid had been poured into the crypt, Han Shoror took out even more buckets of liquid from his space ring and poured them all into the crypt. These liquids were either stinking blood or filthy juices. They came in all sorts of colors and smelled terrible. After a few dozen buckets of all kinds of liquids had been poured into the crypt, Han Shoror took out a dagger and cut open his wrist. Drops of fresh blood dripped down. As soon as Han Shoror's blood dripped into the liquid, faint red smoke suddenly appeared. The drops of Han Shoror's blood didn't immediately dissolve into the liquid, but instead began to churn like red agates. The calm liquid crackled like a pot of boiling oil as Han Shoror's blood continuously dripped down. Han Shoror raised his head to the sky and howled. The howl was filled with sinister killing intent, like a dragon's roar. The Demon Slayer edge shot out from the back of Han Shoror's neck. Souls with contorted faces and silent wails poured into the 12 banners like snakes. After nearly 100 souls entered the banners suddenly exploded with killing intent that soared to the heavens. When the killing intent floated out of the banners, it seemed to be attracted by the liquid in the crypt and floated to the surface of the liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Shoror's blood that had been unable to dissolve gradually dissolved into the liquid in the crypt, disappearing without a trace after a while. Taking a deep breath, Han Shoror circulated his magical yuan to the wound on his wrist. Under Han Shoror's watchful gaze, the wound that had been cut by the dagger quickly healed. Taking out the skeletal staff, Han Shoror quickly chanted an incantation. 3 evil knights suddenly appeared in front of Han Shoror. When the 3 evil knights appeared, Han Shoror pointed the skeletal staff in his hand at the crypt. The 3 evil knights, guided by the power of the contract, walked into the crypt one after another. When the first evil knight and his warhorse entered the crypt, the evil knight and his warhorse suddenly roared soundlessly in unison. Both the evil knight and warhorse howled to the sky. When the dark brown armor and warhorse came into contact with the liquid in the crypt, popping sounds immediately rang out. Puffs of light smoke rose from where their bodies were connected to the liquid. The evil knight and his warhorse seemed to be enduring endless pain. The evil knight, who had never dared to resist, suddenly tried to break free from the power of the contract. His body writhed violently, wanting to leave the crypt that was causing him unbearable pain. Unlike low-level existences such as the skeleton warriors, the evil knights possessed extremely powerful combat abilities and were considered to have true wisdom in the undead dimension. Although their powerful strength was bound by the power of the contract, they still instinctively wanted to struggle when this kind of torture, which was even more painful than being completely dissipated, occurred. Han Shoror gripped the skeletal staff and cursed in a low voice, "How can you be reborn from the ashes without experiencing inhumane pain and torture? You ungrateful thing. You'll only understand what the pain you're experiencing right now when your body becomes stronger after you've been tempered. Just the materials for this 12 demon-breeding soul-crushing formation will cost at least 100,000 gold coins. Don't struggle ungratefully." As Han Shoror cursed in a low voice, he used his mental strength to suppress the evil knight's resistance. He also used his mental strength to force the other 2 evil knights into the crypt. Like the first evil knight, the other two evil knights who had been forced into the core of the 12 demon-breeding soul-crushing formation by Han Shuo's mental strength also began to resist amidst the unbearable pain. They tried to break free from the power of the contract that Han Shuo had placed on them. Han Shuo could easily deal with one evil knight, but when the three evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses resisted together, even Han Shuo found it difficult to deal with them. He had no choice but to use all of his mental strength to suppress the impact of the three evil knights and their mounts on the power of the contract. 9 demon-breeding revolutions, soul-crushing return, eliminate. As he used his mental strength to suppress the three evil knights, Han Shuo also had to divert his attention to control the Great Formation. After he said this, the killing intent on the 12 banners grew even thicker. The banners had been painted with runes, but after the power of evil spirits poured into them, 12 sinister and frightening ghost faces slowly appeared. Although each ghost face had a different shape, they were all equally frightening. These 12 sinister and frightening ghost faces were exactly the same as the 12 demon heads that had entered Han Shuo's body when he had first advanced to the separate demon realm. When the 12 sinister ghost faces appeared on the banners, the 12 demon heads slowly flowed out of Han Shuo's body and occupied the respective banners. When the 12 demon heads returned to the banners from Han Shuo's body, the killing intent on the banners suddenly gathered at the center of the crypt. The three evil knights and their mounts felt as if their soul imprints had been set ablaze. Their soundless roars became even more ferocious as they frantically attacked the power of the contract with their minds. Han Shuo immediately stopped moving and put away the skeletal staff. He closed his eyes and sat down in front of the crypt where the three evil knights were. He used all of his mental strength to suppress the three evil knights. The three evil knights brandished the huge bone spurs in their hands and danced above the evil knight's head. It seemed as if they could behead Han Shuo at any time. Chapter 349. The 12 banners fluttered in the windless air as the murderous aura condensed into mercury and flowed into the cave in the center. The liquid within the cave boiled like boiling kerosene, burning the three evil knights and their mounts until thick smoke billowed out. Han Shuo sat cross-legged in front of the three evil knights with his eyes closed. His mental strength was like a mountain torrent that had broken through a dam, firmly suppressing the three evil knights based on the power of the contract. Due to their weaker mounts, they gradually stopped struggling in vain. The three enormous bone spurs continuously spun in front of Han Shuo. As long as Han Shuo relaxed his mental strength, the evil knights would seize the opportunity to stab their spurs into Han Shuo's head. Han Shuo's attention was completely focused and he didn't relax in the slightest. Tens of thousands of strands of mental strength crisscrossed to form an invisible net that slowly ground down the three evil knights' resistance. There was no sun or moon in the cemetery of death, and it was shrouded in dim light all year round. Thus, there was no concept of time. After an unknown amount of time, the three bone spurs flying above Han Shuo's head gradually lost their power and slowly fell into the cave in the center, just like the evil knights' bodies. Han Shuo's entire body was like a deathly still statue as he sat there cross-legged without any signs of life. The 12 banners continued to swallow and spit out ferocious murderous aura, all of it converging towards the cave in the center. After a few more days, the three evil knights' bodies had completely melded into the cave and no traces of them could be seen anymore. Finally, Han Shuo exhaled lightly and slowly opened his eyes, saying tiredly, "So damn tired." Just the three evil knights and their mounts had caused Han Shuo a great deal of trouble during this process of body tempering. It seemed that it was just as Han Shuo had thought, that magical arts couldn't reconstruct the bodies of all undead creatures. On one hand, the materials needed to refine the body were too complex and precious. If thousands of skeletal and zombie warriors were to be refined one by one, even with Han Shuo's small savings, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Just the three evil knights tempering cost at least 100,000 gold coins. If thousands of skeletal and zombie warriors were to be refined one by one, Han Shuo wouldn't be able to accomplish it even if he went bankrupt. On the other hand, it would take too much time and energy for too many undead creatures to do the same thing over and over again. The effect of this huge project was also very limited. After all, The skeletal warriors and zombie warriors were low-level existences. Even if they weren't afraid of the light magic's holy light corrosion, there was a limit to what they could do. Naturally, Han-Shoror wasn't willing to waste time and large amounts of gold coins on them. Evil knights were currently the strongest undead creatures that Han-Shoror could summon. Evil knights were already of a very high level among undead creatures, and they could use their fire-breathing warhorses to gain great mobility. In addition, their strength was astonishing, and their armor was sufficiently sturdy. An evil knight was a bit more difficult to deal with than an average human earth knight. Even with the 3 evil knights and their mounts resisting with all their might, Han-Shoror had to use his mental strength to suppress their resistance. When Han-Shoror could truly summon the Bone Demon and Old Fei-Fei, he definitely wouldn't be able to refine 3 of them at once. This was because the Bone Demon and Old Fei-Fei would definitely resist even more fiercely. Standing up from his cross-legged position, Han-Shoror's thoughts moved, and the 12 demon generals entrenched in the huge banner whizzed back into Han-Shoror's body. Since the bodies of the 3 evil knights had all sunk into the crypt, there was no need for Han-Shoror to use his own demonic yuan to suppress the great formation. The 12 demon generals were formed when Han-Shoror first reached the separate demon realm, using the enormous killing intent that lingered around Tanai under the glorious sun. These 12 demon generals carried an intense killing intent, and each one was formed from the last bit of ferocious obsession of numerous malicious spirits. They were the best materials to refine the mystical demons, which were a level higher than the yin demons. Of the 3 yin demons that had been refined last time, only one was left that could be used. Han-Shoror deeply felt that 1 yin demon was indeed not enough to control the entire situation. Back when he had advanced to the separate demon realm in the Valley of Sunshine, Han-Shoror had deliberately kept the soaring killing intent to condense into 12 demon generals. He was waiting for the materials to refine the mystical demons to be gathered, and then he would use the 12 demon generals as the basic materials to refine them into mystical demons. Leaving this area that was already operating on its own, Han-Shoror arrived at the area that specialized in refining original demons and yin demons. Summoning the Earth Elite Zombie, he first changed the Yin Demon Cave's layout, causing the Yin Demon Cave to gradually transform into a mystical demon cave for cultivating mystical demons. When the mystical demon cave had taken shape, Han-Shoror took out materials one by one and placed them into each of the formation eyes of the mystical demon cave. When all this was done, Han-Shoror sent the Earth Elite Zombie away, and threw in 12 drops of his own blood essence into the mystical demon cave. The blood essence floated in the mystical demon cave, spinning non-stop. When the 12 demon generals came out of Han-Shoror's body, they each swallowed a drop of blood essence. Soon after, the mystical demon cave's enormous power began to circulate. Han-Shoror once again summoned a few hundred wraiths, and also extracted some souls from the Demon Slayer Edge and threw them into the mystical demon cave, as fodder for the 12 mystical demons' evolution. Han-Shoror himself poured all the remaining demonic yuan in his body into the mystical demon cave, in order to maintain the mystical demon cave's normal operation. When the 12 demon generals in the mystical demon cave began to howl and swallow the wraiths and the malicious souls within the Demon Slayer Edge, the exhausted Han-Shoror returned to the Cemetery of Death. Maintaining the 2 formations' normal operation, not only did Han-Shoror expend an enormous amount of mental strength, he had also invested a lot of demonic yuan and blood essence. This was even more tiring than when he'd fought against Kos and the others in Brettel City. Last time, he had the Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the Fire Elite Zombie to help him. However, he could only do such a major task himself, so he was indeed very tired. Sitting down in the main hall of the Cemetery of Death, Han-Shoror pondered for a moment, then took out the skeletal staff. He carefully stared at the tricolored skeletal staff and began to study it. He wanted to take advantage of this time to investigate the secrets within the skeletal staff. The Calamity Church's Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf and the ancient lizard King Degassi seemed to know a little about the skeletal staff's origins. This skeletal staff that had been transformed from the Eye of Darkness was the key to opening the Cemetery of Death. It definitely contained many secrets. Han-Shoror hadn't been in possession of the skeletal staff for a long time. His understanding of the skeletal staff was only to increase his necromancy magic. If it wasn't for the fact that Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf had once used the skeletal staff's power to rejuvenate his youth, Han Shoror would never have guessed that the skeletal staff had such a miraculous effect. Skeletal staff, oh skeletal staff. Just how many secrets are you hiding? Han Shoror muttered to himself as he caressed the tricolored skull in his hand. The exhausted Han Shoror was in a trance. In his daze, he seemed to sense that he was enveloped by the tricolored light of the skeletal staff. In his daze, Han Shoror seemed to be spinning continuously. The multicolored light rapidly passed in front of him and behind him. This feeling was as if Han Shoror was falling from an extremely high place, falling into an endless abyss. Just as Han Shoror was feeling extremely dizzy and uncomfortable, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura in his consciousness. That aura seemed to be in a certain area of the endless abyss that he had fallen into. Following the connection to that familiar aura, the muddlehead Han Shoror's consciousness tightly wrapped around that familiar aura and gradually sank into it. The endless black void in the distance was forever shrouded in turbid grey. Clusters of grey and black clouds constantly rolled. The entire area was filled with a sense of desolation and desolation. The places closer to him were all swamps or tree trunks without branches and leaves. On the barren land, there were all kinds of undead creatures walking with stiff footsteps and bodies, aimlessly wandering in the eternally silent space. There was no rotation of the sun, moon, and stars here, and there was no concept of time. There was only loneliness, despair, and desolation. For a moment, Han Shoror thought that he was in the cemetery of death, because the sky here was very similar to the dusk that shrouded the cemetery of death all year round. However, when the soaring bodies of gargoyles whizzed past above his head, and the chaotic aura of death converged with the skeletons and zombies underground, Han Shoror suddenly realized that he was definitely not in the cemetery of death. He clearly remembered that he did not summon these low-level undead creatures in the cemetery of death. In the next moment, Han Shoror suddenly felt that he was in a dream. When he thought about it, he realized that he indeed did not have a body, and only his pure consciousness was here. However, when Han Shoror tried to think about his own body, his exhausted mental strength gradually shrouded his consciousness. From head to toe, Han Shoror's body was growing rapidly like a plant. His left hand touched his right hand, and the two hands obviously touched, but Han Shoror did not feel any skin touching. Everything seemed so strange, but Han Shoror felt a sense of familiarity with everything around him. As for where the familiarity was, Han Shoror could not feel it. A dense horde of undead creatures suddenly rushed down from a towering bald mountain. These undead creatures were neatly arranged in groups, with skeletal warriors and zombie warriors at the front, followed by skeletal archers and rows of gargoyles. Further back were two evil knights. There were actually 3,000 to 4,000 of these undead creatures, but most of them were skeletal warriors, zombie warriors, and ghouls. A small portion of hate warriors and evil knights rushed down from the towering bald mountain, and directly surged towards a steep gorge called Tanai. Han Shoror's body and consciousness slowly drifted into the canyon. Upon arriving, Han Shoror discovered that there was also a sea of undead creatures in the canyon. The large number of undead creatures were fighting each other, using their bodies, claws, and teeth to wrestle and tear at each other. They didn't know pain, nor did they know how to retreat. The scene was extremely magnificent. Once weak undead creatures were completely destroyed, low-level existences like skeletal warriors and zombie warriors would have their soul power immediately dissipate. However, from the higher-level hate warriors onwards, their soul power would not immediately dissipate once they were destroyed. At this time, the surrounding undead creatures would fight over their soul power and devour it to strengthen themselves. As the undead creatures crazily slaughtered each other, a 5-meter-tall mummy lord slowly stood up from the depths of the gorge. Its entire body was wrapped in white, corrosive cloth. This mummy lord seemed to be the leader of the undead creatures in Tanai. When it stood up from the depths of the gorge, an incomparably enormous storm of death erupted from its body. The undead creatures that had rushed down from the bald mountain were all turned to dust when the storm of death swept past them. The white cloth wrapped around the mummy lord's body danced like a sharp weapon, and all of the hostile undead creatures in its path were torn apart. Only an evil knight that had come down brandished his bone spear to block the attack, spurring his fire-breathing warhorse to retreat. The mummy lord's rank was higher than that of an evil knight's amongst the undead creatures. The difference of one rank in a battle between undead creatures meant that there was no suspense. Unless 10 evil knights attacked the mummy lord at the same time, an evil knight facing the mummy lord alone would always be a dead end. After the mummy lord appeared from the depths of the gorge, the surrounding undead creatures that had rushed down from the bald mountain were all killed by its storm of death. In a short period of time, more than 700 undead creatures had been turned to dust. Existence that occupies the high mountain, accept the challenge of the mummy lord Faluri. That lofty mountain is not a height that the weak you can withstand. Give me that territory. An enormous mental strength swept through the entire area as the mummy lord Faluri roared at the lofty mountain. How can the dignity of my lord be violated by a lowly mummy? The evil knight that had retreated calmly on his fire-breathing warhorse roared. Following his roar, the sound of rolling mountain rocks suddenly came from the surroundings of the gorge. The wood and fire elite zombies that Han Shuror was incomparably familiar with rode on fire-breathing warhorses, galloping over from both sides of the gorge. An enormous shadow swooped down from the top of the towering bald mountain. It was a peculiar undead creature with spikes all over its body. The little skeleton's bone blade had at some point transformed into a 3-meter-long bone spear, with 7 bone spikes sticking out of its back in a ferocious upside-down manner. As the little skull descended on the enormous undead creature, a solemn and dignified aura enveloped the entire area. Lowly mummy lord, my territory is not something you can touch. Not only will your soul be destroyed today, but the northern mummy territory will also be under my control from now on. The little skull's thoughts exploded like a mountain torrent, completely disproportionate to his tiny body. My lord's dignity will command the darkness. The evil knight that had previously answered flew down from his fire-breathing warhorse and kowtowed towards the little skull swooping down, his face solemn and devout. It was the first time Mummy Lord Pharaoh had seen this legendary variant skeleton. The power that erupted from the little skeleton's body instantly made Pharaoh feel fear. There was also the fire elite zombie, whose entire body was covered in flames, and the warhorse beneath him had almost turned into 2 fireballs. The scorching heat caused Pharaoh, who was fond of the cold, to feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, Pharaoh felt as if he had fallen into a trap this time. The mummy Lord Pharaoh had lived in this world for countless years. He was different from the other muddle-headed undead creatures. He had long since possessed true intelligence. Pharaoh, who had emerged from the depths of the earth, felt that something was amiss. He tried to return to the depths of the earth, but at this moment, the soft earth suddenly became as hard as iron and stone. While the mummy Lord Pharaoh was panicking, the simple-minded earth elite zombie slowly floated up from the earth. He grinned at Pharaoh and said naively, "You can't run away now, right?" The previously awe-inspiring mummy Lord Pharaoh suddenly realized that there was no way out. He angrily howled, "Despicable existence, you are too treacherous." The little skull didn't pay attention to him. The soaring undead creature beneath him suddenly charged towards the mummy Lord Pharaoh. It raised its 3-meter-long bone spear, and the enormous aura of death in the surroundings madly surged into the bone spear. After absorbing the enormous aura of death, the bone spear became as heavy as a mountain. As Pharaoh roared, the spear stabbed towards him. The strips of cloth covering Pharaoh's body fluttered in the air, like a sharp weapon that pulverized his surrounding subordinates. However, when the little skull's bone spear fell, it tore apart the strips of cloth wrapped around his body. The spear pierced through his abdomen and nailed him to the ground. Submit, or die. The little skull's enormous presence suddenly enveloped the mummy Lord Pharaoh, who was nailed to the ground by the bone spear. After letting out a mournful howl, the mummy Lord Pharaoh, who was nailed to the ground by the bone spear, finally succumbed to the little skull's ferocious might. He obediently lowered his head towards the little skull and said, "I, the mummy Lord Pharaoh, submit, my lord." Not in a hurry to immediately remove the bone spear from the mummy lord's body, Little Skull used his empty left hand to draw a contract mark in the dusky sky, making the mummy lord hand over a pure brand within his soul. Only then did he disregard the piercing pain of the mummy lord and remove the bone spear from his body. He turned around and said, "Return to the mountain." After the unequal master-slave contract was formed, the mummy lord did not have any leeway to resist. His stiff body slowly crawled up from the ground, taking slow steps as he followed the earth and wood elite zombies towards the towering mountain. After seeing everything clearly, Han Shor's heart was filled with indescribable astonishment. At this time, Han Shor finally understood where he was. This was a different dimension where undead creatures existed. Never would Han Shor have thought that the Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie would actually have such a large troop in this dimension. It seemed that they were doing quite well. No wonder the Earth Elite Zombie had told him to return last time. From the battle this time, it seemed that the Little Skull had brought the Earth, Wood, and Fire Elite Zombies to carry out a grandiose invasion in this dimension. A Mummy Lord-level undead creature was the same as a bone demon that could only be summoned by a Grand Magus Necromancer. The fact that the Little Skull was able to deal with this Mummy Lord with a single spear was sufficient proof that the current Little Skull's level was higher than the Mummy Lord's. This was something that Han Shor had never imagined. After the Mummy Lord was subdued by the Little Skull, Han Shor suddenly panicked. He suddenly remembered that he did not know how to return to the profound continent. In this space that was forever desolate and silent, there were no people or things that Han Shor was familiar with. If he could only stay in this strange dimension with this consciousness, it would be a complete torture for Han Shor. Right now, even Han Shor's body was formed by his consciousness. Not only could he not enjoy everything, he also could not use any demonic arts. This was extremely disadvantageous for Han Shor. Looking at the Little Skull flying towards the towering bald mountain, Han Shor continuously shouted in an attempt to establish contact with the Little Skull. In the process, a sharp pain suddenly spread throughout Han Shor's body. This kind of pain caused even Han Shor's tenacious nerves to be unable to endure, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. Little Skull, who was walking towards the towering bald mountain with the Earth, Wood, and Fire Elite Zombies, suddenly stopped. He looked towards the area where Han Shor's consciousness had disappeared, and suddenly rode the flying undead monster to the area where Han Shor's consciousness had just been. His purple demon eye shone brightly, full of doubt. The Earth, Wood, and Fire Elite Zombies, the three strange creatures, rode their fire-breathing warhorses, passed through layers upon layers of the undead army, and stood beside the Little Skull. Among them, the Earth Elite Zombie innocently asked, "What's wrong?" "Father has been here." The Little Skull's nose bridge, which only had 2 nostrils, made a creaking sound, and said to the Earth Elite Zombie and the other strange undead creatures, "How could Father come here? This is our world." The Earth Elite Zombie innocently looked at the Little Skull, asking in confusion, "I don't know, but I just felt the connection between Father and me. He was just here." The 3-meter-long bone spear in the Little Skull's hand swayed a bit, and the tip of the bone spear stopped at the area where Han Shor's consciousness had been. He said, "Right here, if you guys smell carefully, you can also smell Father's scent." After hearing the Little Skull's words, the 3 undead creatures all approached the area. Among them, the Wood and Fire Elite Zombies couldn't help but shake their heads. These 2 fellows had yet to fully evolve their own consciousness, and could only rely on the Little Skull to think. Only the Earth Elite Zombie took a few deep breaths, as if he had really smelled Han Shor's scent. He shook his head and replied, "Yes, Father really was here. Let's return to the mountain, Father has already left. We still have to conquer Falali's territory in a while." After saying this, the Little Skull rode on the undead creature and flew high into the sky, whistling all the way down to the towering bald mountain. As if struck by lightning, Han Shor jumped high into the air. After landing on the ground, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and he had a look of lingering fear. The skeletal staff that he'd been holding in his hand dropped to the ground in the process, making a clattering sound as it landed on the clean, hard stone floor of the Cemetery of Death. The skeletal staff didn't change in the slightest as it lay there, but Han Shor knew where the skeletal staff had just brought him. The journey to the dead and desolate foreign world gave Han Shor a fright. Han Shor wasn't afraid of the existence of the foreign world or the battles. He was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to return to the profound continent from that foreign country. In the paradise of the undead, Han Shaw only had the power of his consciousness, but his physical body was still on the profound continent. For a demonic practitioner like Han Shaw, the physical body was extremely useful. Without a physical body, he would be unable to use a lot of his strength. If he was never able to return from that area and had to face the dead and desolate undead creatures all year round, it would be a torment for Han Shaw. Han Shaw, who was used to the colorful colors of this world, was unable to adapt to the monotonous grays, blacks, and whites of the foreign world. Moreover, there were also Han Shaw's female friends in this world. They were all humans with flesh and blood like Han Shaw, and not creatures of the foreign world like bones or rotten flesh. That was close. This skeletal staff is really strange. Fortunately, it sent me back, or else my life would have been ruined. Han Shaw muttered to himself for a while before his gaze once again fell on the skeletal staff. His mind was thinking hard about how he had passed through the layers of planes and descended into that space with his consciousness. However, after thinking for a while, Han Shaw still didn't know how he had done it with the skeletal staff. Shaking his head, Han Shaw didn't continue thinking about this problem. Instead, he recalled the miraculous performance of the little skull in that space. Han Shaw planned to immediately use the skeletal staff to summon the little skull over to take a look. However, when he recalled the changes to the skeletal staff, he felt some lingering fear and temporarily gave up on the idea of immediately summoning the little skull to this plane. I didn't expect the little skull to be doing so well. It looks like he's even more awesome than I was on the profound continent. When did this guy become so powerful? Han Shaw couldn't help but sigh. When he recalled the time when the undead creatures descended into this plane, the expressions of some low-level existences who were afraid of the little skull, he finally understood what was going on. Chapter 350. After roaming around the necromancy paradise, Han Shaw spent the next few days recovering. When his mental strength was fully replenished, he went to the dark forest and caught a few magical beasts, continuing to practice the soul tremor magic. Finally, one day, Han Shaw was able to control his mental strength as he pleased. He shot out a soul tremor magic, and a magical beast collapsed with blood flowing out of its mouth and nose. When this soul tremor magic allowed him to control his mental strength at will, Han Shaw had already mastered all the magus spells of the Archmage realm. Thus, he began to practice the spells that a higher-level Grand Magus Necromancer should be able to master. First and foremost were the summoning spells for bone demons, old fey demons, and mummy lords. As necromancers progressed, not only would they be able to summon higher-level undead creatures, they would also be able to summon more types of creatures. For example, Han Shaw, who was at the level of Grand Magus Necromancer, could summon bone demons, old fey demons, and mummy lords, 3 undead creatures. Although it was said that there were 3 summoning spells, apart from some differences in the incantations, there wasn't much difference in their essence. Bone demons, old fey demons, and mummy lords were undead creatures of the same level. Although their soul imprints were different, the difference in strength wasn't that great. As long as Han Shaw could master the summoning spell for one bone demon, he could change the incantation and summon the other 2 undead creatures as well. However, just like the soul tremor magic, it would become more and more difficult for necromancers to master each spell as they progressed. The last time Han Shaw had possessed Archmage Necromancer Clarendon's understanding of necromancy magic was still completely useless. From this realm onwards, Han Shaw had to slowly study every single necromancy magic he learned. Fortunately, there was a complete set of books within the Cemetery of Death for Han Shaw to study. Among them, there were countless books regarding the essence of necromancy magic. While the 3 evil knights and 12 mystical demons were still refining, Han Shaw spent all his time studying necromancy magic at a deeper level. Time unknowingly passed by a few days. On this day, as Han Shaw was chanting his incantations, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura coming from outside the Cemetery of Death. Suddenly rousing himself from his thoughts, Han Shaw walked out of the Cemetery of Death with the skeletal staff in hand. He said to the pacing dark dragon Gilbert, "Why have you come? Honored master, I sensed your presence." I just happened to be in the Valley of Sunshine, so I came to see you. Dark Dragon Gilbert immediately cheered when he saw Hanshaw appear. Dark Dragon Gilbert hadn't changed much, but Hanshaw felt that Gilbert's aura seemed to have grown a bit stronger. When the charcoal black Gilbert walked into the Cemetery of Death, he immediately took the initiative to report to Hanshaw about Tarnai's situation in the Valley of Sunshine. As Dark Dragon Gilbert narrated, Hanshaw gradually understood the situation in the Valley of Sunshine. Ever since Hanshaw had schemed against all the powers gathered by Tarnai in the Mithril mines, the four great powers had temporarily called a truce. Instead, they had focused all their attention on finding the mastermind behind the scenes. Previously, Lawton had said that whoever found the mastermind first would maintain order in the Valley of Sunshine. Regardless of whether it was a large or small power, they had all tried to find the mastermind behind the scenes. However, several months had passed without any results. Trunks understood that the real mastermind, Hanshaw, had left long ago. He pretended to be concerned about this matter while silently developing the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Unknowingly, the originally nameless Soul Destroyer mercenary band had gradually become the fifth great power in the Valley of Sunshine due to abundant funds and Trunks' reputation. After eating one of Hanshaw's rebirth pills, Trunks had broken through from Swordmaster to Great Swordmaster. Among the various powers in the Valley of Sunshine, only Lawton, who could go berserk 3 times, could defeat him. Florida and Adam Menlo were both suppressed by him. During this period of time, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was in the limelight. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band under Trunks' control had absorbed even more outstanding experts. He had changed from his original ruthlessness to more sinister. He was no longer in a hurry to deal with Florida, but planned to slowly torture Florida bit by bit. Dark Dragon Gilbert and Trunks moved together, completing every mission appropriately. During this process, Gilbert often appeared in some brothels, using the martial method taught to him by Hanshaw to secretly absorb some yin qi. His strength was also rapidly improving. After listening to Gilbert's introduction of the situation in the Valley of Sunshine, Hanshaw was somewhat worried. Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band had become the fifth great power in the Valley of Sunshine. This also meant that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band also had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for power in the Valley of Sunshine. In the past, when the Soul Destroyer mercenary band didn't have this kind of strength, only Florida would spare no effort to kill him. But now that the Soul Destroyers truly had this kind of strength, the other 3 parties would naturally focus more attention on Trunks. Even Lawton of the Berserker tribe wouldn't be as friendly with Trunks as before. After all, Trunks had the strength to threaten their Cairo mercenary band. There were no eternal friends in this world. Once there was a real conflict of interest, it was very likely that some dirty things would happen. Hanshaw pondered for a while, understanding that the development of Trunks and the others in the future wouldn't be so easy. However, Hanshaw believed in Trunks' ability and didn't pay too much attention to this matter. After thinking for a while, he faintly smiled and said to Dark Dragon Gilbert, "I'll give you something." "What is it?" After Gilbert had explained the situation in the Valley of Sunshine to Hanshaw in detail, he asked in astonishment after hearing Hanshaw's words. Hanshaw took out the green dragon's magical core from his space ring. The magical core glowed with green energy, and the enormous energy contained within immediately made Gilbert go wild with joy. He screamed, "The core of a super-rank magical beast. That's right, this is the core of a green dragon. I think this core should be useful to you, right?" Hanshaw smiled as he looked at Gilbert and asked. Gilbert nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at rice, his face filled with excitement. He extended his right hand and held the green dragon's demonic core in his palm. He laughed maniacally and said, "It's useful. It's too useful. I can feel the enormous energy contained within. With this green dragon's demonic core, which is of a higher rank than mine, I can definitely evolve to Tier 2. All right then, immediately swallow it and evolve in the Cemetery of Death." This green dragon core had been specially prepared by Hanshaw for Dark Dragon Gilbert. When he saw that Gilbert was about to go crazy with joy and excitement, he smiled at Gilbert. Apart from being a lecher, Dark Dragon Gilbert was indeed a loyal servant. Last time in the Forbidden Land in the depths of the dark forest, Dark Dragon Gilbert had displayed loyalty that moved Han Shoror. Otherwise, the crazed Han Shoror might have fallen into the demonic path forever. Thank you, Master. Master, you are too great. Your loyal servant praises you from the bottom of his heart. Holding the green dragon core, Dark Dragon Gilbert's flattery flowed out endlessly. Gilbert had interacted with others for a long time now, so his flattery skills had improved by another level. He almost didn't repeat a single sentence. All right, just swallow this green dragon core for me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Han Shoror interrupted Gilbert's flattery and said to Gilbert, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This time, Gilbert didn't waste any more words and nodded excitedly. He said to Han Shoror, Master, I need to transform into my original form. It's inconvenient in the cemetery of death, so I'll go outside. Go, but be careful. Don't mess up the formations I've set up. Han Shoror hastily reminded when he saw Gilbert excitedly walking out of the cemetery of death with the green dragon core in his hands. Don't worry, Master. I know what to do. Gilbert responded and stayed far away from the two formations that Han Shoror had set up. He transformed in another area before swallowing the green dragon core. It looked like it wouldn't be long before Gilbert could become a rank 2 super rank magical creature. Han Shoror thought for a while and continued to study necromancy magic in the cemetery of death, chanting incantations repeatedly. After a few more days, Han Shoror suddenly thought of the dwarfs in the valley. He thought of the dwarfs' forging skills and remembered his promise to the ancient lizard King Degassi. He left the cemetery of death and made a trip to the dwarfs' valley. Winter had passed, and the dwarfs' Tanai mountain was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. The dwarfs guarding the valley all recognized Han Shoror. Han Shoror smoothly entered the dwarven valley and saw some dwarfs brewing fruit wine. The dwarfs brewing fruit wine cheered endlessly when they saw Han Shoror appear, regardless of whether they were adults or children. A dwarf child who wasn't even a meter tall walked up to Han Shoror with a wine cup overflowing with the fragrance of fruit at the urging of a woman. Uncle Han, here's some wine for you. It's delicious. The dwarf child stood on his tiptoes and handed the wine cup filled with fruit wine to Han Shoror. Squatting down, Han Shoror rubbed the dwarf child's head and smiled as he accepted the wine cup. Thank you. The dwarf child's face was red from smiling and he ran a bit shyly to his mother's side, saying, Uncle Han, thank me. The simple dwarfs, whether old or young, all laughed heartily. Tanai was brimming with a cheerful atmosphere. It looked like the dwarfs had been living quite well during this time. Bennett, who'd come upon hearing the news, called out loudly from afar when he saw Han Shoror appear. Hey Han, it's been a long time since you've been here. Bennett should have been forging weapons just now. His upper arms were bare, his face was dark, and he held a large hammer in his left hand. Heh, I've been a bit busy lately. How have you been? Han Shoror asked with a smile. Of course. Spring has arrived, and we haven't finished the food you gave us this winter. There's still a lot of cured meat. We've mined some ore, and I'm currently teaching the young people how we dwarfs forge weapons. Our days are much better than before. Bennett chuckled as he responded. He looked to be in good spirits. Elder, I've come to discuss a large business deal with you. Han, the doors to the Dwarven Valley will always be open to you. Forging weapons for you is the honor of us dwarfs, it can't be considered business. Chief Calvin leaned on his walking stick and stroked his braided beard with a wide smile as he strolled out of a stone house in the distance. Calvin was obviously old, and his body was growing weaker and weaker. It was inevitable that one would struggle to walk when one reached a certain age. Calvin's beard had all turned silver, and he needed to rely on his walking stick when he came over. It looked like he couldn't escape the fate of old age, sickness, and death either. However, Calvin was in good spirits, and his chuckling expression made him appear full of friendliness. Two young dwarfs took the initiative to support Calvin when they saw him appear. Bennett said, Elder, why have you come out? Han's here, of course I had to come and see. Bennett, I'm not as old as you think I am. Didn't I walk over here alone? Heh, Calvin said with a smile. He then bowed to Han Shoror and said, The dwarfs of this valley will forever be grateful for your kindness. There is no business between friends. We will forge as many weapons as you need. This is our attitude towards our friends. Han Shoror's main purpose in coming over this time was to have the dwarfs forge some weapons for the lizard men of the underground world. Han Shoror had promised the ancient lizard king Degasi that he would help him take care of the lizard men. Although the lizard men had obtained some weapons from the dead Redbud Knights last time, those weapons were far from enough for them to use. In addition, the lizardmen's bodies were different from ordinary humans. Han Shoror wanted the dwarfs to forge some weapons for them. Of course, the city guards of Brettel City also needed weapons forged by the dwarfs, because the weapons forged by the dwarfs were much more outstanding than those forged by ordinary humans. Calvin listened attentively to Han Shoror's description. When Han Shoror finished, Calvin smiled and said, "Don't worry, the children have been very free recently. We still have enough food and don't need to go out hunting. I will arrange for them to forge the weapons you need." "Many thanks to you, Elder," Han Shoror said with sincere gratitude. "Haha, there's no need to be so polite between friends. It's rare for you to come over. Have a good taste of the fruit wine we just brewed," Calvin said heroically, pulling Han Shoror towards the women who brewed the wine. "All right then, I will drink a few cups with Elder," Han Shoror readily agreed. Chapter 351. Time flew by unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. On this day, 12 consecutive explosions suddenly rang out from within the lifeless cemetery of death. 12 enormous banners exploded one after another amidst the explosions. Han Shoror sat cross-legged in the center, his eyes wide open as he stared fixedly at the crypt in the middle of the 12 banners. The liquid in the crypt had become as black as ink, and bubbles of various sizes were bubbling amidst gurgling sounds. Black mist rose from the crypt and lingered above the cemetery of death without dissipating. Amidst the bubbling sounds, the black ink-like liquid was gradually absorbed by the bodies of the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses. The 3 evil knights, who had been submerged in the underground liquid, seemed to have become large sponges as they absorbed the black ink-like liquid into their bodies. The bodies of the 3 evil knights and their mounts had all become as black as ink. Only the eyes of the 3 evil knights and their mounts were like large sponges, absorbing the inky black liquid. Apart from the aura of death that lingered within their bodies, there was also an additional vicious killing intent. Sensing the enormous changes occurring within their bodies, the 3 evil knights silently howled towards the sky, the bone spurs in their hands whistling through the air. Since they no longer had to endure the heart-wrenching pain, the 3 evil knights immediately attempted to attack the power of the contract once more, wanting to break free from Han Shoror's enslavement. Since they no longer had to endure the heart-wrenching pain, the 3 evil knights immediately attempted to attack the power of the contract once more, wanting to break free from Han Shoror's enslavement. PH. High-ranked undead creatures are indeed a bit troublesome. At least you know how to resist. Han Shoror coldly snorted and abruptly stood up from his cross-legged position. He used his mental strength to forcefully suppress the 3 evil knights while abruptly activating a secret demonic technique. The 3 evil knights suddenly let out mournful wails, looking at Han Shoror in fear just like their mounts. The flames in their eyes were as weak as candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Their bodies and souls were about to dissipate from the heavy blow. The liquid within the crypt contained Han Shoror's blood essence. All of that liquid had been absorbed by the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses. In other words, their bodies now contained Han Shoror's blood essence. Based on the blood essence within their bodies, Han Shoror could completely annihilate the 3 evil knights without leaving even a trace of their soul origin power behind. When Han Shoror used his blood essence to punish the 3 evil knights, the purest fear spread to the 3 evil knights and their mounts. The evil knights that had just attempted to break free from the power of Han Shoror's contract immediately knelt on the ground with their warhorses, trembling all over. Han Shoror could feel the fear and reverence in the hearts of the 3 evil knights. With a cold snort, Han Shoror walked in front of the 3 evil knights who no longer dared to resist and released the seal of darkness magic on each of them. This way, He could directly summon them from the other world. If he didn't release the seal of darkness on them, once Han-Shor teleported them to the other world, he wouldn't be able to summon them again. Without the slightest connection to their bodies, the next evil knights he would summon would be randomly from the other world. In the boundless other world, who knew how many evil knights there were? It wouldn't be so coincidental that he would summon them again. However, as long as he left the seal of darkness on their bodies, when Han-Shor chanted the incantation, he could rely on the connection of the seal to find them anywhere in the other world. He could then directly summon the 3 evil knights that had been forged by demonic arts to this plane. After leaving the seal of darkness on the 3 evil knights and the fire-breathing warhorse, Han-Shor planned to directly send them to the other world. Afterwards, he recalled his last trip to the other world. In the other world of Necromancer Paradise, Han-Shor had seen Little Skull, Earth, Fire, and Wood undead creatures very active. Han-Shor understood that in another plane, Little Skull and the others were currently carrying out a vigorous invasion. Although Little Skull and the others were currently increasing in strength, Han-Shor was well aware of the strength of otherworld creatures. As a necromancer, Han-Shor understood that the Mummy Lord wasn't a powerful otherworld creature. As long as he could grasp the summoning technique of the Necromancer Grand Magus level, Han-Shor would be able to summon undead creatures of the Mummy Lord, Bone Devil, and Old Fei. However, above the Mummy Lord level, there were still the Bone Dragon, Skeleton King, and Zombie King. Undead creatures like the Bone Dragon, Skeleton King, and Zombie King could only be summoned by a sacred Magus-level necromancer. According to legend, if a necromancer surpassed the sacred Magus level, Archmage, they could even summon undead creatures with the strength of demigods in the other world. Just how powerful were these undead creatures? Just what kind of existence were they? Even Han-Shor didn't know. In the boundless other world, were there undead creatures that surpassed the strength of demigods? Han-Shor also didn't know. Although Little Skull's strength was constantly increasing, Han-Shor was still somewhat worried about him. Rather than sending the 3 evil knights back to the other world, it would be better to let the Little Skull take them away and increase the strength of Little Skull's side once again. Thinking up to here, Han-Shor took out the skeletal staff and began chanting necromancy incantations. Ever since the last time he unintentionally escaped into the other world, there was a period of time when Han-Shor had some fear towards the skeletal staff. However, after studying it for a few days and chanting the incantations, he discovered that there was no difference. Han-Shor also didn't know how the last fortuitous encounter happened, so he didn't pay it too much attention. A streak of black light flashed through the void, and the Little Skull descended on the undead creature covered in bone spurs. As soon as the Little Skull arrived from the other world, the 3 evil knights sensed the familiar aura of death from the other world. When the 3 evil knights saw that it was only a Little Skull, they simultaneously emitted the aura of a high-level undead creature, as if they wanted to shake the Little Skull. The Little Skull swept a glance at the 3 evil knights, his purple demon eye glistening. That 3-meter-long bone spur tapped the undead creature covered in bone spurs. The undead creature suddenly roared soundlessly at the 3 evil knights, and a soaring aura of death suddenly swept over them. The 3 evil knights, who originally planned to show off their strength to the Little Skull, suddenly felt the strength of that strange undead creature. All of them were startled, and their fear of a high-level undead creature caused them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Father. After scaring away the 3 evil knights, the Little Skull dismounted from the undead creature and walked straight to Han-Shor. When he arrived in front of Han-Shor, he sent a message. Father. Han-Shor was suddenly startled. Looking at this Little Skull who had lived with him since the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and who had secretly helped him take out the trash in the middle of the night, Han-Shor was shocked by this form of address, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Father, you've been to my hometown, haven't you? The Little Skull arrived in front of Han-Shor and stabbed his 3-meter-long bone spur into the ground. He raised his head and blinked his purple demon eye at Han-Shor, sending a message. Han-Shor was stunned by the Little Skull calling him father. He suddenly discovered that he couldn't see through the Little Skull more and more. From simple communication before, to now that the Little Skull could actually directly ask him questions, the Little Skull had only spent a total of 2 years. Han Shoror looked at the little skull standing in front of him, his purple demon eye glistening with light, and was shocked to the extreme. After a long while, he seemed to wake up from his shock and nodded, "Yes, I went to another world last time." After a pause, Han Shoror hesitated for a while before asking, "Do you already have your own complete consciousness? Why do you call me father? What's going on?" "You created me, and my body has your blood. You've always treated me like a child. You are my father." The little skull blinked his purple demon eye and continued to send a message, "Father, not only do I have a complete consciousness, but I also have some other magical powers. These are all given to me by you." The short little skull had always been treated like a child by Han Shoror, especially after he left the Babylon Academy. The little skull's somewhat childish behavior always gave Han Shoror the illusion that he was treating him as a child. Perhaps it was because Han Shoror had unknowingly treated the little skull as his own child. Through the mental connection between the little skull and Han Shoror, he sensed the doting and love from Han Shoror, and gradually treated Han Shoror as a father. Han Shoror's mind was in a mess for a while. He was shocked by the little skull suddenly calling him father. At this time, Han Shoror had a stomach full of questions, but he didn't know where to start. After frowning for a while, Han Shoror said, "I've modified the 3 evil knights. Their strength should have increased a lot. Take them away, they should be able to help you." "Thank you, father. I will discipline them well." The little skull let out a cry of joy. In front of Han Shoror, he did not have the majesty that he had in the other world. Instead, he was like a naughty child. The little skeleton pulled out the 3-meter-long bone spur that he'd stabbed into the ground, and walked towards the 3 evil knights with the bone spur in his hand. As the little skull dragged the 3-meter-long bone spur toward the 3 evil knights, the aura of death on his body gradually thickened. The aura of death in the cemetery of death was like a whirlpool that spun at high speed around his body. The 3 evil knights suddenly trembled. The inextinguishable flames in their eyes stared at the 7 bone spurs on the little skull's back. It was as if they already knew the origin of this unusual little skull. The might of a high-level undead creature against a low-level creature was simply impossible for them to resist. When the little skull arrived in front of the 3 evil knights, he arrogantly used the bone spur to hit the bodies of the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses, as if giving the 3 evil knights some orders. The 3 evil knights and their mounts emitted crisp dang-dang sounds as they were hit by the little skull's bone spur. The flames in the 3 evil knights' eyes flickered violently. They appeared to be subservient, as if they had already submitted to the tyranny of the little skull. Han Shoror watched the little skull tame the 3 evil knights with a face full of disbelief. Even Han Shoror himself had to use the blood essence in their bodies to deal with these 3 evil knights. He didn't expect that the little skull didn't need to use it at all. It was as if the little skull directly used his high-level status to suppress them and they didn't dare to raise their heads. He didn't know if it was because the cultivation method was different, or because the little skull, the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies started off as low-level creatures, but when Han Shoror used the demonic arts to refine them, they didn't resist in the slightest and happily accepted Han Shoror's refinement. When refining the little skull, Han Shoror felt a kind of spiritual connection with him. Han Shoror was sure that the little skull not only obtained power from him, but also a part of his memories. Otherwise, the little skull would never be able to use the 7 bone spurs to unimpeded use of the demonic art of control. The Fire Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie had been refined using the secret method of refining zombies. Apart from absorbing the materials that Han Shoror had painstakingly gathered, they had also absorbed the Yuan energy of the 5 extremes of the Place of Extremes. The Yuan energy of earth, wood, and fire that had been nurtured between heaven and earth for an unknown amount of time was immeasurable in their vastness and preciousness. Perhaps it was for this reason that Little Skeleton, Fire Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie were able to communicate with Han Shoror's mind. Not only did they possess miraculous abilities, they also possessed the ability to evolve. On the other hand, Han Shoror could only simply give orders to the 3 evil knights of a higher level. They didn't have the ability to communicate with Han Shoror's mind. They didn't have several fortuitous encounters like the little skull, which allowed them to possess a portion of Han Shuo's demonic arts memories. They also didn't have the ability to absorb an enormous amount of the elements of heaven and earth like the Wood Elite Zombie and the other three. At first, their levels were much higher than the skeletons and zombies, but they still tried to resist the modifications that Han Shuo had made to their bodies. Perhaps it was because of these various reasons that although they had also become somewhat stronger, they were still far inferior to the 4 undead creatures that Han Shuo had first refined. Father, they will be obedient in the future. The little skull pointed at the 3 trembling evil knights and said to Han Shuo, who had sunk into deep thought. Hihi, let me send you back. My mind is in a bit of a mess right now. Han Shuo smiled at the little skull and was about to release magic when he suddenly looked at the flying undead creature on the little skull's back. He asked, right, what is this strange fellow? How come I've never heard of it before? Oh, he was originally a bone demon. Father found me a lot of good bones last time. After I dismantled the bone demon, I used some of the best bones to make wings for him. Father, did I make him look ugly? The little skull seemed a bit embarrassed as he asked Han Shuo. No, he's quite pretty. Han Shuo replied. He then sent the little skull and the 3 evil knights to another dimension. Relying on his connection with the little skull, Han Shuo sent the 3 evil knights to his territory. These 3 evil knights were destined to become Little Skull's subordinates, charging and breaking through enemy lines for him. Since when did you have the ability to modify undead creatures? After the little skull and the 3 evil knights disappeared, Han Shuo muttered to himself, his heart filled with shock. Although the little skull's modification of the bone demon was very crude, simply dismantling its bones, Han Shuo could see the inconceivable power of the little skull from this modification. This meant that the little skull must have obtained some of the refining memories of monsters from Han Shuo's mind. Otherwise, the little skull would not have been able to modify the bone demon. Unknowingly, the little skull grew into a powerful existence that surprised Han Shuo. For Han Shuo, who single-handedly created this miracle, the little skull's rapid growth made Han Shuo excited and ecstatic. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied Han Shuo was with his masterpiece. Han Shuo, who originally treated the little skull as his own child, was stimulated by the little skull's father. At first, he was not used to it, but when the little skull left this dimension, Han Shuo felt a sense of longing and strange worry. Han Shuo suddenly realized that he seemed to have regarded the little skull as his own child a long time ago. That kind of doting and worry for the little skull was originally the behavior of a father towards his child. Hee, child, I also have a child. A long time after the little skull left, Han Shuo suddenly laughed wildly towards the sky in the cemetery of death. His laughter was filled with joy and excitement. The 3 evil knights had already come out, but the 12 mystical demons still needed a period of time to take form. The evil knights were purely absorbing some energy, so this process naturally wouldn't take too long. However, the 12 mystical demons were evolving from one form to another. This process was not something that simple absorption could compare with. Therefore, it would naturally take a bit longer. After Dark Dragon Gilbert swallowed the Green Dragon's magical beast core, he seemed to have sunk into hibernation in the cemetery of death. His enormous body coiled into a ball, and his scales and skin would occasionally overflow with a fishy stench. From time to time, rays of light would flash from his body. It was likely that Gilbert's evolution would also take a period of time. After staying in the cemetery of death for a period of time, Han Shuo didn't continue to desperately study the summoning magic of the necromancy Grand Magus realm. Seeing that everything in the cemetery of death was progressing in an orderly manner, Han Shuo once again returned to Brettel City. After leaving Brettel City for a period of time, the current Brettel City seemed to have suddenly become a lot more lively. In the past, the streets of Brettel City were cold and desolate with basically no pedestrians. However, as soon as Han Shuo returned to Brettel City and released the Yin Demon to patrol the city, he suddenly discovered that many changes had unknowingly occurred in Brettel City. This kind of change made Han Shuo very happy as the city lord. Because the mountain people from the surrounding mountains had migrated into Brettel City, the population of Brettel City had increased. In addition, The merchants who'd tasted the sweetness of Brettel City had all flocked to Brettel City. Not only did they bring all kinds of goods that Brettel City needed, some bold merchants had even started to open shops in various districts of Brettel City. After satisfying the demand for food, some gorgeous clothes and daily necessities were all taken out by the shrewd merchants to be sold. Although Brettel City's population wasn't large, the monthly salary that the youths received after joining the city guard was very generous. The gold coins that the simple and honest youth received every month would be used to improve his originally poor family. As long as a family had a young soldier, they would be able to live happily in Brettel City. The enthusiasm to join the army was unprecedentedly high. Even some impoverished youths in Mist City would take the risk and come to Brettel City to join the army. Unknowingly, the number of city guards had increased from the original 3,000 to the current 5,000. With the battle maniac Dorcas around, Jack didn't even need to spend gold coins to forge equipment for these soldiers. During this time, Dorcas had led his soldiers to compete with Fawkes' elite knights, encircling and annihilating some of the bandit groups that had invaded Brettel City. Dorcas and Fawkes' actions were very effective. Not only had they eliminated 2 bandit groups, but they'd also plundered enough gold coins from their old lair to equip their soldiers. It had only taken a few months for Brettel City to go from being wantonly humiliated to taking the initiative to attack. The changes in Brettel City gradually aroused the attention of the 7 Grand Duchies. The 7 Grand Duchies that had been in the midst of war suddenly all stopped fighting. The dukes of the 7 Grand Duchies suddenly had a feeling that the wolf was coming. As the Yin demon circled around Brettel City, Hanshaw also learned of the current situation in Brettel City from Dick and Chester. Dorcas and Fawkes had each taken 1,000 soldiers and left Brettel City, still sweeping up some of the larger bandit groups in the surroundings. Dorcas was superior in leading troops and strategy, while Fawkes was equipped with standard knight equipment. The two seemed to be secretly competing against each other as they violently swept up the surrounding bandit groups. During this process, the soldiers under their command became more and more skilled in battle, gradually gaining true sharpness. Brian, many merchants have come to the city. If the current situation continues to develop, Brettel City will definitely become a big city that attracts people to migrate to. The fat on Jack's round face jiggled as he continued, I think it won't be long before those mountain people come down from above. Brettel City's welfare is so good right now, it's much more profitable than mining. No, it won't be long. Right now, the 5 mountain chiefs have already made up their minds. Apart from the old Edelman who doesn't have any lofty ambitions, the other 4 young mountain chiefs all want to lead their original subordinates to become part of Brettel City's regular army. Dick looked at Hanshaw and smiled wryly. Those 4 fellows have urged me many times, wanting me to talk to my lord. It's just that my lord hasn't been in the city, so this matter has been delayed. Hanshaw's expression changed when he heard Dick's words. He asked with great interest, what's going on? Aren't they doing well with the surrounding ores? That depends on who they're compared to. Compared to ordinary poor people, their income from the mines is pretty good. However, when compared to the welfare of Brettel City's soldiers, their income from the ores is simply not enough to support the daily expenses of so many subordinates. All along, the mountain people haven't had a good life. Now that my lord has greatly improved the treatment of the soldiers, this treatment is far greater than their income from mining. In addition, Dorcas and Fawkes have seized many weapons, armor, and even gold coins in the process of wiping out the bandits. This kind of violence is far from what mining can compare to. The 7 Grand Duchies are so chaotic, so the easiest way to make money is through war. Whether it's selling weapons, war horses, or directly becoming bandits, they're all the fastest ways to accumulate wealth. My lord's Brettel City has developed so quickly because of plundering other people's wealth. For the mountain people, following my lord is obviously much more promising than mining. Moreover, Dorcas and Fawkes have also brought back some bandit slaves. With these slaves, mining doesn't require so much manpower. Strong mountain people are all experts in battle. It's only natural that they want to join the army. Dick explained to Hanshaw. Hearing Dick's words, Hanshaw smiled and said, it looks like everything is for profit. I just don't know how loyal these mountain people are. My lord, with you in Brettel City, do you think they would dare to be disloyal? Chester suddenly said with a smile at this time. Chester's flattery was just right. Han Shoror smiled and thought for a while, saying, there are 10,000 mountain people who can fight on the 5 mountains. This is double the total number of Brettel City's city guards. If these people join Brettel City, all the war chariots and catapults at the 4 city gates will truly be able to operate. Now that Brettel City has ample funds, there's naturally nothing more to say about its prospects for development. It's imperative to expand the army. 10,000 mountain people are the best soldiers. After fighting with the bandits for so many years, there is no need to doubt the fighting strength of the mountain people. I think this is very interesting. Now I just don't know if the mountain people are sincere or not. I think the mountain people definitely have sincerity, my lord. Dick immediately guaranteed when he heard Han Shoror's words. Oh, how do you know? Han Shoror looked at Dick with a smile that wasn't a smile, asking again, can you make a decision on their behalf? Dick originally wanted to say that he was a mountain person, but he couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard Han Shoror's words. My lord, although I can't make a decision for them, I know what they think. As long as my lord doesn't go overboard, they will definitely be willing to listen to my lord's commands based on their trust and gratitude towards my lord. I see. Han Shoror was silent for a while, then said to Dick with a smile, that's good. Tell the mountain people on my behalf that I'm also very happy to let them join the army. However, their troops must be split up. They can't still lead their original subordinates. In addition, the mountain people must all start from the position of squad leader. Only when they perform meritorious deeds in battle can they become their original leader again. During this process, all of the mountain people must be led by our people. As long as they agree to this, I will allow them to join the army and enjoy the same treatment as the soldiers. Han Shoror was also thinking for himself. There were 10,000 mountain people on the 5 mountains. If they were still led by their original leaders and all of them entered Brettel City, in case these people had ill intentions, the number of mountain people in Brettel City was double that of the city guards. It could bring unbearable damage to Brettel City. One must always be on guard against others. Now that Han Shoror was in this position, he not only had to be responsible for himself, but also for the citizens. Although Han Shoror believed that the mountain people's leaders wouldn't necessarily dare to act recklessly, nothing was absolute. Everyone had ambitions. Han Shoror didn't want to take this risk with the lives of the citizens. In addition, whether the young mountain people's leaders were really suitable to lead so many soldiers depended on whether they had the strength to do so. On the off chance that those young leaders were good-for-nothings, not only would Han Shoror not be able to get back the gold coins he'd invested, it might even bring hidden dangers to Brettel City. After becoming the city lord of Brettel City, Han Shoror's attitude towards problems had become more and more meticulous as he'd grown. He no longer blindly played dirty and ruthless tricks like before. All right, I will definitely convey Lord Dick's words. Dick didn't dare to guarantee anything after hearing Han Shoror's words, because Han Shoror's conditions were indeed a bit harsh. Chapter 352. 3 days later, the 5 mountain chiefs once again gathered in Brettel City. Apart from the oldest Edelman, the 4 younger mountain chiefs all agreed to Han Shoror's request. Even Edelman, who'd lost his lofty ambitions, had most of the mountain people in his minds leave the mountain to join the army. After some discussion with the 4 young mountain chiefs, they decided that he would be in charge of the mining of the surrounding 5 mines. A portion of the ore obtained would also be given to the 4 young men. Brettel City was brimming with vitality. More than 8,000 mountain people had come down from the 5 mines. Dorcas had returned after hearing the news and split the troops into 4 large groups. The 4 large groups' captains were all on Han Shoror's side. Although the mountain people had received a portion of the weapons and armor last time, they were far from enough for 8,000 people. Only 3,000 of them had received a portion of the weapons and armor, while the other 5,000 still used simple weapons. With Jack and Dorcas' help, A weaponry workshop jointly funded by the Boot Merchant Guild began operating on the original Mount Silk. Brettel City invested in the purchase of facilities for smelting metal ores, while the Boot Merchant Guild was responsible for recruiting skilled blacksmiths. Because Han Shoror had the dwarfs of the Dark Forest to help him, the weapons workshop on Mount Silk was mainly in charge of forging armor for warriors. The dwarfs were highly skilled in forging weapons, but they weren't as meticulous as humans when it came to refining armor. Under Dorcas' meticulous training, the mountain people were divided into 4 large groups and trained vigorously outside Brettel City. Dorcas, who'd graduated from the Imperial Military Academy, was indeed a talented general. Under his fierce training, the 8,000 mountain people's combat strength had increased to a certain extent. After Fork returned from outside, he started instructing the 8,000 mountain people on how to familiarize themselves with war chariots, ballistae, and catapults. These kinds of powerful defensive equipment often required strong people to operate. The mountain people were the best candidates. Under Fork's guidance, the mountain people slowly familiarized themselves with the use of war chariots and other equipment at the 4 gates of Brettel City. My lord, the moats that were originally dug at the 4 gates of Brettel City were all low-lying sewage. Now that we have these 8,000 mountain people, we can spend some time digging the 4 moats even deeper. This way, even if the 7 Grand Duchies invade, the moats will be littered with their corpses. One day, Dorcas found Han Shoror and proposed. Brettel City's moat had originally been half excavated, but due to the Lancelot Empire's repeated defeats against the 7 Grand Duchies, they had been unable to excavate the moat. In the end, Brettel City was reduced to a chicken rib, and the moat was slowly forgotten by everyone. Dorcas had a keen mind for war. He had long since seen the value of the moat at Brettel City's city gates. Adding to the fact that the moat was already in its embryonic form, it wouldn't be a difficult project to complete as long as they spent some time and manpower. Once the moat at Brettel City's city gates was successfully deepened, it would be a huge blow to the invading enemies. This proposal was almost immediately approved by Han Shoror. The mountain people, who had just relaxed from familiarizing themselves with the various siege equipment, immediately became laborious again, joining in the excavation of the 4 moats. Due to Han Shoror's arrival, the number of Dark Mantle members in Brettel City had increased by quite a bit. Under Dick's arrangements, the Dark Mantle members were dispersed to the 7 Grand Duchies, continuously reporting the latest news to Dick. Dick would then report any news that was beneficial to Brettel City to Han Shoror. As the second Dark Sun emissary, Han Shoror's position was much higher than Dick's. Han Shoror even had the authority to directly award merits and rewards to members of the Dark Mantle. Under Han Shoror's deliberate promotion, Chester had become an existence second only to Dick in Brettel City's Dark Mantle organization. Chester's position in the Dark Mantle had also risen by a level. One day, Han Shoror, who was studying necromancy magic in Brettel City, was suddenly found by Edelman. Delia of Mount Silk, who had already joined the army, was also among them. City Lord, many stone men have suddenly appeared in the mine in the belly of Mount Silk. These stone men have attacked the miners deep within the mountain, causing the deaths of more than 10 miners. The stone men are not afraid of magic, and their bodies are very sturdy. We don't know how to deal with them. Please help us, my lord. Edelman immediately explained the ins and outs of the matter after finding Han Shoror. Han Shoror was taken aback. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Stone men? How could there be stone men in the mine? Has this ever happened before?" Delia, who was dressed in soft armor, had a tall nose and slender legs. She was very eye-catching as she stood there. She shook her head and replied, "No, there's never been one before. Ever since my father took over Mount Silk, I've never heard of a stone man inside." Delia was originally the chief of the mountain people of Mount Silk. Even now, there were many of her former subordinates on Mount Silk. Mount Silk was the place where Delia's father's generation had lived. Now that stone men had appeared in the mine, she, the former chief of the mountain people, expressed her strong concern. Those stone men appeared in the center of Mount Silk. Did they suddenly discover their existence in the newly opened area? Han Shoror frowned and asked Edelman. Now, not only did the mountain people mine for ores, but there was also a weapons workshop in cooperation with Brettel City and the Boot Merchant Guild. Every day, Mount Silk could produce a dozen or so good armors. When more blacksmiths arrived at Mount Silk, the weapons workshop would be able to operate to Han Shoror's satisfaction. There were many iron and copper ores in Mount Silk. These ores could be directly smelted into iron and copper, then mixed with other metals. A skilled blacksmith could then forge them into armor. For Han Shoror, Mount Silk wasn't just a mine. The successful operation of the weapons workshop was also very important. Therefore, he was very concerned about Edelman's matter. Yes, my lord. When we dug deeper into the mountain, we discovered that the iron ore there was even more abundant. Just as we were about to deploy our men to do a big job, a group of stone men appeared out of nowhere. These stone men seemed to have very low intelligence and couldn't communicate with us at all. In any case, they immediately attacked us and killed many of our miners, Edelman replied. I see. Han Shoror thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I'll go with you to Mount Silk and see what's going on with the stone men in the mines. Many thanks, my lord. Edelman was gratified. My lord, Mount Silk used to be my home. Even now, there are still many of my friends there. I would like to go with you to take a look. I hope my lord will allow me to do so. Delia looked at Han Shoror with her big bright eyes and pleaded. After entering the army, they had to obey all orders. They were no longer allowed to do as they pleased. It looked like Dorcas's training during this period of time had paid off. This Delia was much more disciplined than when Han Shoror had first met her. Nodding, Han Shoror replied, all right. At the foot of Mount Silk, one could still see a lot of greenery. However, the higher one went, the less green there was. At a glance, all one could see were grotesquely shaped rocks. There were no longer any flowers or grass. Spring had arrived, and the weather was warm and comfortable. Han Shoror, Edelman, Delia, and a few mountain people walked towards Mount Silk. Because Edelman was older, he couldn't walk fast. Han Shoror could only slowly walk up the mountain with him. Along the way, Delia, who was clad in a soft armor, shone brilliantly. Her arms and calves were exposed, and she wore a shiny silver armor on her chest and abdomen. Under the sunlight, the silver armor on her body glistened, and when combined with the luster of her wheat-colored skin, it dazzled the eyes of a few young mountain people who were protecting Edelman. Within Brettel City, Delia was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty of the mountain people. Her own strength was extraordinary. In her previous life, she had held a high position, and ordinary youths didn't dare to be presumptuous. However, now that she had become an ordinary squad leader, her outstanding strength still surpassed that of Zack and Kent. Ordinary young mountain people still couldn't attract her attention. On the way to Mount Silk, Han Shoror's mind was constantly thinking about the stone men in the belly of the mountain. His heart was full of doubts, and he didn't know where those stone men had come from. He didn't pay any attention to Delia, who was infatuated with the surrounding mountain people. City Lord, how do you plan to deal with those stone men? Delia suddenly asked Han Shoror when they were about to reach the middle of Mount Silk. Han Shoror, who had been secretly thinking, turned his head and revealed a brilliant smile, saying, let's see when we get there. Before I see those stone men, I don't know how to deal with them. If that's the case, if the stone men attack us like they did to my people, what should we do? Delia's bright eyes looked at Han Shoror as she continued to ask. Then let them forever turn into stone. Han Shoror replied in a relaxed manner. Hearing Han Shoror's words, Delia nodded hatefully and said, they dared to kill my people, I definitely won't let them off. Those damned stone men, I will make them pay the price. It seemed that Delia was very concerned about the dozen or so miners that had been killed. From this, Han Shoror could see that Delia was a responsible person. Even though she was no longer in charge of Mount Silk, she had immediately requested to come with Han Shoror to see what was going on when she found out that Mount Silk was facing a crisis. This showed that Delia really treated her subordinates quite well. After Han Shoror expressed his attitude towards the stone men, Delia seemed to relax a lot in front of Han Shoror. She then excitedly asked about Han Shoror's experiences, especially about how Hanshaw had ruthlessly challenged the experts of various cities in the Lancelot Empire and left no survivors. There was also the battle with Leah Kane of the Brut Merchant Alliance. Delia displayed a strong interest in these matters. There were currently many merchants from Ossen City in Brettel City. These merchants were very familiar with some of Hanshaw's experiences. After arriving in Brettel City, out of reverence for Hanshaw, they continuously narrated some of Hanshaw's heroic deeds to the citizens of Brettel City, adding oil to the fire. Unknowingly, all the citizens of Brettel City knew of Hanshaw's past experiences. In addition, Hanshaw's performance in facing the 4 bandit groups had been publicized by some of the citizens. Currently, Hanshaw's prestige in Brettel City was beyond imagination. To the citizens of Brettel City, a city lord who could bring them stability and prosperity was far more prestigious than the king who had abandoned them in Ossen City. Hanshaw didn't say much in response to Delia's enthusiastic questioning, only giving her a few perfunctory replies. However, the more indifferent Hanshaw appeared, the more interested Delia became. Along the way, she didn't tire of asking questions about Hanshaw's challenges to various experts. While Hanshaw was having a headache, the group finally arrived at the cave entrance leading to the mine in the belly of the mountain. There were already a dozen or so miners covered in dirt and dust waiting at the cave entrance. When they saw Delia appear, these young miners were full of surprise, cheering, "Leader." From these miners' sincere joy towards Delia, Hanshaw knew that Delia should be a good leader in their hearts. Hanshaw looked at Delia a few more times in astonishment. When Delia saw Hanshaw looking at her in astonishment, she proudly puffed out her full chest, as if saying, "Did you see that? Actually, this lady is also very powerful." Hanshaw couldn't help laughing at Delia's behavior, but didn't comment much. When Delia used the tone of a leader to question the miners, Hanshaw had already released a yin demon according to the contents of their conversation. It slowly flew towards the area they were talking about. "Let's go inside and see what's going on." While Hanshaw was using the yin demon to explore deeper inside, Delia spoke to the waiting miners. "Wait, Mr. Edelman, it's better if you don't go in." Hanshaw suddenly said, "It's a bit cold and damp inside. Elder is an adult, just wait outside for a while." Edelman didn't insist. He knew that with his current condition, he would only be a burden if he went inside. He smiled and agreed, saying, "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Nodding with a smile, Hanshaw glanced at Delia and the others before walking into the dim mine. Chapter 353. The cave was damp and dark. As an outsider, Hanshaw, who was supposed to be led by someone else, walked forward as if he was very familiar with the cave. In the beginning, Delia had thought that Hanshaw would take the initiative to retreat to the back after entering. Who would have thought that Hanshaw hadn't taken a single step back from start to finish? He was actually very familiar with the area and acted as a guide, heading straight into the depths of the mine without making any mistakes. After a while, Delia couldn't restrain her own curiosity under the puzzled gazes of the miners and quickly caught up to Hanshaw. She looked at Hanshaw with her large, bright eyes and asked, "City Lord, you've been to Mount Silk before?" Shaking his head, Hanshaw replied, "No, this is my first time here." "What about it? Then why are you so familiar with the terrain of the mine? I can tell that you didn't even consider which path to take when you came in. You just went straight in and didn't make a single mistake. If you haven't been to Mount Silk before, how can you be so familiar with the detours in the mine?" Delia's doubts grew stronger and stronger as she asked the relaxed Hanshaw. In Hanshaw's eyes, the strength of this group of people, including Delia, was very low. Since there were stone people in the depths of the cave who didn't fear magic and had hard bodies, Hanshaw didn't want them to be suddenly killed. With a yin demon leading the way, according to Hanshaw's description of the miners, Hanshaw naturally didn't slow down in the slightest. He didn't expect to arouse Delia's doubts. Hanshaw chuckled and said, "When I came in, didn't I hear you talking about the situation inside? Hehe, I have a very sensitive intuition about the terrain inside the cave. From your description, I can accurately find the place you mentioned. Do you believe me?" Delia had a face of astonishment after hearing Han Shaw's explanation. She then asked doubtfully, "Really?" "Of course." Han Shaw smiled and said, "I've never been to Mount Silk before, and I certainly wouldn't have had the chance to explore this mine. If I didn't have a keen intuition for the cave's terrain, how could I be so familiar with it?" Delia thought about it carefully. With Han Shaw's status as the city lord of Brettel City and his status as a count, he definitely wouldn't come to this mine for no reason. Now that she heard Han Shaw's explanation, she actually believed 80% of Han Shaw's words. When she looked at Han Shaw again, there was a bit more admiration in her eyes. She thought to herself, the city lord is indeed, as the rumors say, a truly amazing man. Seeing that Delia didn't ask any more questions, Han Shaw continued on his way. With Han Shaw's control over the yin demons, he truly played the role of a guide, turning from guest to host as he led the way. The miners and Delia in the mines of Mount Silk had instead become his attendants. Han Shaw's remaining yin demon slowly penetrated deep into the belly of Mount Silk. According to the miner's description of Delia, the yin demon had arrived at a narrow and dry area. There were 3 cave entrances around this area that led deeper into the mountain. The rock overhead was very low, so if one wanted to pass through it, they would have to crawl. According to the miners, the last time they'd been mining here, they'd encountered some stone men. From the traces in the surroundings, there were indeed traces of mining here. However, the yin demon was invisible and formless. Even if the stone men were hiding in the dark, they wouldn't be able to discover the yin demon's existence. After finding the correct location, Han Shaw's speed increased a bit. Delia and the miners behind him were all astonished when they saw Han Shaw's extremely nimble body shuttling through the cave. Delia truly believed what Han Shaw had just said. She believed that he had an innate intuition for caves and could find the correct location in the intricate and complicated paths. "City Lord, be careful. The area in front of us is where the stone men have appeared before." Suddenly, a panting miner reminded Han Shaw, who was still flying ahead. Seeing Han Shaw slowly slow down after this reminder, Delia panted a few times to calm her chest. Only then did she say to Han Shaw, "My lord, be careful. Those stone men shouldn't be easy to deal with. It's better for us to advance slowly." Delia wasn't as carefree as she appeared, but she was quite attentive at critical moments. Han Shaw couldn't help but look at Delia in surprise. Delia only stopped when he looked at her. Her slightly swaying twin peaks attracted more of Han Shaw's attention. Han Shaw's heart fluttered, and he couldn't help but look at her chest a few more times. It was said that any woman could sense the gazes of the surrounding men on a certain part of her body. No matter how stealthily those men peeped, the woman being stared at would be able to sense if that man had ever secretly glanced at her chest. This saying did make some sense. Although they were in a dark cave, Delia was still able to sense Han Shaw's gaze. Han Shaw's gaze lingered on her towering chest for a while, making Delia a little shy. Her originally straight back instinctively bent a little, as if she wanted to hide the fullness of her chest through the curve of her waist. "All right, I think we're about to reach there. You guys come closer so that I can take care of you if there's any danger." Han Shaw slowed down his footsteps, looked ahead, and instructed the few people behind him. The miners quickly followed. However, Delia, who was supposed to be the first to lean towards Han Shaw, was instead the last. Fortunately, the light in the mine was dim, and the miners didn't have eyes as good as Han Shaw's. Because of the distance between them, they naturally couldn't see the bright red on Delia's pretty face. Along the way, they took turns to drill through 3 tunnels. After walking for a few hundred meters, the rocks above their heads slowly became much lower, and the tunnel became narrower and narrower. It could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. At this time, everyone had to bend down to prevent their heads from hitting the rocks. After everyone passed through this narrow tunnel, they appeared in the area where the yin demons stayed. This area was quite large, but the rocks above their heads were very low. There were 3 caves around it, and the 3 caves were flat. If one wanted to pass through, they had to lie down. This was the place where the miners had encountered the stone men last time. The stone men had suddenly appeared and immediately attacked the miners, causing a lot of casualties among the miners. Hanshoro was more than 9 meters tall, but he couldn't walk normally even if he bent down. He had to squat down to look around. The miners who had been here before all looked extremely nervous and cautious. They were holding crude mining tools in their hands, as if they were ready to deal with the stone men at any time. Even Delia was a little nervous. She pulled out the dagger tied to her left leg and looked around vigilantly. Hanshoro and Delia were relatively close. Because they would have to face the stone men's attacks at any time, Delia's shyness had long been thrown out the window. It was because of Hanshoro's ferocious reputation that these miners and Delia felt that they had something to rely on. Otherwise, they wouldn't be nervous but fearful just by being in this area. Hanshoro, who was squatting down, looked around and asked the miners beside him, "How tall are the stone men? What do they look like?" "They are only 5 meters tall, but their bodies are very wide. They can move freely in this area and aren't restricted by the low walls," one of the miners replied. After hearing this, Hanshoro looked around at the 3 caves that were even lower. He discovered that the 3 caves that could only be entered by lying down were only 1 meter tall. According to the miner, the stone men that were 5 meters tall and had very wide bodies shouldn't be able to enter from these 3 caves. Apart from the 3 caves that were even lower, the only cave that Hanshoro's group came from was the cave that they came from. Since the stone men didn't come from the other 3 caves, could they have come from the cave that Hanshoro's group came from? Hanshoro's heart was filled with doubts. He didn't continue to squat down and look around. Instead, he squatted down in the middle. After thinking for a moment, Hanshoro suddenly let out a soft whistle. The whistle started out soft, but it gradually became louder and louder. In the end, it was as if a giant dragon was roaring. "All right, if the stone men are nearby, they will definitely come after hearing the news. We just need to wait," Hanshoro said to the miners who looked nervous. On Hanshoro's left, Delia was still looking around with her waist bent over. When she bent over, the curves of her perfectly round buttocks were outlined in an extremely enchanting manner. Delia was only wearing a short leather skirt, but her perfectly round buttocks and bare legs were very alluring. When Hanshoro was giving instructions to the miners, he accidentally glanced at her and couldn't help but stare a few more times at her perfectly round buttocks that stuck out from her bent over. 3 of the other miners who had nervous expressions also accidentally saw this beautiful scene. The 3 hot-blooded youths secretly swallowed their saliva and bent their waists even more. It was unknown if they were trying to lower a certain part of their body. Delia, who had been looking around, suddenly turned her head. Her bright eyes stared at Hanshoro, who was still staring at her buttocks. Caught off guard, Hanshoro coughed awkwardly and consciously turned his head away. Delia glared at the embarrassed Hanshoro with a red face. She snorted at Hanshoro, who had turned his head away. Then, she fiercely glared at the other miners and said, "What are you guys looking at? I've only left Mount Silk for a few days, and you want to die?" After saying this, Delia cursed in an extremely low voice, "There really isn't a single good man." It was unknown if the last sentence was purposely said for Hanshoro to hear. In any case, Hanshoro had indeed heard it. He thought to himself, "Women are meant for men to look at. But how did you know that we were peeking at you? You bent over and outlined the beautiful curves of your buttocks. Could it be that you did it on purpose?" Just as Hanshoro was thinking this, a few faintly discernible auras slowly drifted in from the 3 narrow caves. Hanshoro looked around but didn't find any traces of them. However, as a necromancer and a practitioner of magic, Hanshoro immediately felt the auras that had suddenly surged in. They should be existences similar to some kind of soul wraiths. Hanshoro quietly released a soul exploration spell. 8 dusky balls of air were slowly spinning in a corner that the miners couldn't see. The 8 dusky balls of air gradually separated and entrenched themselves on top of the large rocks. A strange power overflowed from their auras. The originally hard rocks seemed to soften after being soaked in that aura. Like a sculpture that had been cut, 8 stone men, just like what the miners had described earlier, split from the intact rocks. Hanshoro, who was well versed in magical arts and necromancy magic, was able to clearly see the process of the 8 auras entrenching themselves on the rocks and then using the rocks to shape them. After the 8 stone men slowly walked out from the corner, Hanshoro finally understood why a group of stone men had suddenly appeared in this area last time. So this was what was going on. It looked like they had only come out of the 3 narrow caves as souls, and then used the rocks in this area to reconstruct their stone bodies. You 8, you've recovered. Are you ready to attack? Crouching here, Hanshoro took out the skeletal staff and casually summoned a few dozen skeletal warriors and zombie warriors, surrounding Delia and the miners. He looked at the 8 stone men in the dark corner as he spoke. The rock walls in this area were too low, making it difficult for high-level hate warriors and evil knights to display their might. Only the shorter skeletal warriors and zombie warriors would be able to move freely in this area. Delia was startled at first when she was suddenly surrounded by a group of skeletal warriors and zombie warriors. Those undead creatures naturally didn't look that good, and when she was suddenly surrounded by a large group of dark creatures filled with a gloomy aura of death, she naturally panicked. But when she heard Hanshoro's words and saw that the undead creatures were only surrounding her in the center without any intention of attacking, she finally realized that Hanshoro had summoned them to protect them. She immediately relaxed. City Lord, have those stone men appeared? Having calmed down, Delia reacted to Hanshoro's words and gripped the dagger in her hand as she called out. The lighting here was too dim, and the 8 stone men were even darker in the shadows. Delia and the others had no way of seeing any traces of the stone men. Nodding, Hanshoro smiled faintly and said, "That's right, 8 stone men." While Hanshoro and Delia were talking, the 8 stone men scattered in the corners suddenly started attacking Hanshoro, abruptly walking out from the 8 corners. Their bodies were all formed from the ready-made iron ore here. Ordinary magical attacks naturally wouldn't have much effect on these stone men, and even ordinary weapons wouldn't pose much of a threat to their bodies. No wonder so many miners had died here last time. However, to Hanshoro, his own body was probably even sturdier than iron and stone. He didn't even need to take out the Demon Slayer edge to deal with these 8 stone golems. He squatted down and started fighting with the stone golems. Interesting, what kind of creatures are you? Hanshoro was surrounded by the 8 stone men. His body was fighting with the 8 stone men, but he still had the leisure to ask the 8 stone men questions. Delia, who was surrounded by undead creatures, saw that the crouching Hanshoro wasn't afraid of the stone men's attacks. Even when the stone men's rock-solid fists and feet bombarded Hanshoro's body, he didn't react at all. It was as if his body was even sturdier than these stone men made of iron and stone. Unarmed, Hanshoro bombarded the stone men with his fists, but instead, the stone men were forced to retreat step by step. When those steel-hard stones collided with Hanshoro's huge fists, the sound of metal clashing rang out, causing Delia and the others to be dumbstruck. On the profound continent, swordsmen and knights were the most adept at close combat. However, even swordsmen and knights used fighting aura to increase their physical defenses. They had never heard of a person who could contend against iron and stone without using any fighting aura. In fact, Hanshoro really didn't use demonic yuan to defend himself. He was indeed only using the sturdiness of his body to withstand the stone men's attacks. Having reached the separate demonic realm, Hanshoro's body was as sturdy as iron and stone. Even if he didn't use demonic yuan to defend himself, he could completely withstand the damage from ordinary blades and swords. After fighting for a while, Hanshoro discovered that the 8 stone men didn't show any signs of communicating. He gradually grew impatient and began to gather some fighting aura in his hands. In this way, the stone men's bodies also began to be unable to withstand Hanshoro's punches. Grabbing the neck of a stone man, Hanshoro disregarded the stone man's hammering on his chest and forcefully twisted it. The stone man's iron head was directly pulled off. The crouching Hanshoro's speed suddenly increased. His punches were imbued with demonic yuan. The stone men, as hard as iron and stone, couldn't bear the heavy burden and one by one shattered into stone fragments. In just the blink of an eye, the 8 stone men had become stone fragments on the ground. In the eyes of Delia and the others, there was no longer a complete stone. "City Lord, you're so strong. A miner couldn't help but murmur, his face full of worship. Delia's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared fixedly at Han-Shoror. Han-Shoror's actions of crushing the 8 stone golems into dust with his fists with the force of a thunderbolt was simply captivating to the extreme in the eyes of this wild woman who believed in tough men. Her heart couldn't help but become excited. Want to run? Heh, it won't be that easy. After the 8 stone men's bodies were destroyed by Han-Shoror, the 8 grey auras that drifted out from the 3 caves seemed to know that Han-Shoror wasn't someone they could deal with and were preparing to return the way they came. Whether it was his identity as a demonic practitioner or a necromancer, Han-Shoror had ways to deal with these strange soul auras. Han-Shoror stretched out his left hand and a miniature vortex filled with killing intent formed in his palm. This vortex didn't have any effect on the physical body, but it made the 8 auras feel an irresistible suction force. Not only were the 8 souls unable to take a step away from Han-Shoror, but under the suction force of the vortex in Han-Shoror's palm, one by one, they slowly fell into the vortex in Han-Shoror's palm. When the 8 souls fell into Han-Shoror's palm, they were tightly sucked in by the vortex, not a single one able to leave. Speak, what the hell are you? This time, Han-Shoror didn't speak. Instead, he used his consciousness to transmit the message. The originally grey aura of the 8 souls slowly dissipated under the high rotation of the vortex, turning into 8 little dots that sparkled with green light. Within the vortex in Han-Shoror's palm, the 8 little dots that sparkled with green light were like 8 bright and beautiful stars. The vortex in Han-Shoror's palm was like the deep Milky Way. The originally somewhat gloomy scene was filled with an intoxicating beauty in Delia's eyes. It was as if the deep starry sky was in Han-Shoror's palm, and the faint green starlight was so resplendent and gorgeous. At this moment, if someone asked her if there was a man who could pluck the stars in the sky for her, she wouldn't hesitate to answer that the man was right in front of her, and that he already had the entire starry sky in his hands. After Han-Shoror's consciousness transmitted the message, Han-Shoror sensed a weak response. These 8 souls were too weak compared to Han-Shoror's powerful consciousness, so the message they transmitted was also very weak. Please let us go. We are miners who died after the mine collapsed. Our souls didn't dissipate, but drifted to a strange place, and absorbed a strange power to become like this. As Han-Shoror listened with rapt attention, he gradually understood the message. He stared blankly for a moment and asked, "What's so special about it?" "We don't know either. In any case, there is a strange power everywhere. We don't know why. After we absorbed some of that power, our souls gradually became stronger. We can also use that power to manipulate stones, giving ourselves a stone body. We don't want the place that can make us strong to be destroyed, so we attacked the miners who were about to mine there. Please let us go, we won't dare to do it again." In the palm of Han-Shoror, the 8 souls seemed to have united, and the message transmitted gradually became clear. After listening for a while, Han-Shoror frowned in doubt at first, then his mind flashed, and he suddenly became ecstatic. "Haha, I know, so that's how it is." This ecstatic shout was not transmitted through consciousness, but a real high-pitched cheer. Delia and the others, who were surrounded by the undead, were startled by Han-Shoror's sudden shout. They looked at Han-Shoror somewhat inexplicably, not knowing why Han-Shoror was suddenly so happy. "City Lord, what's wrong?" At this time, Delia looked at Han-Shoror again. She didn't know why she always felt that Han-Shoror was full of bewitching attraction, so she asked tenderly. "It's nothing." Han-Shoror took out the skeletal staff and sent the undead that surrounded Delia and the others back to the other plane. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You don't have to mine this area anymore, otherwise you will encounter danger. In the future, you only need to come once a month to get the ore. The stone men won't attack you again, so don't worry. Alright, you should leave first, I'll take care of the matters here." After hearing Han-Shoror's words, Delia and the others were full of doubts. They only saw Han-Shoror easily destroy the stone men, but they didn't know why Han-Shoror would say such a thing. "Sir, can you tell us what's going on?" Delia thought for a moment, and then asked Han-Shoror. "Oh, the stone men have pledged allegiance to me. In the future, they will mine a portion of the ore every month, and I guarantee that it will be more than what you mine. You only need to come once a month to get it. I promised them that the area inside the 3 caves will be their living place, and the condition is that they help you mine the ore. Han-Shor explained to Delia with a smile. But, didn't the stone men already die? Delia still asked doubtfully. No, their souls are on me. You can leave without worry, I will take care of the matters in this area. In the future, you only need to come once a month to get the ore. This is the best of both worlds. Han-Shor said to Delia. Delia had originally intended to settle scores with those stone men. But now that she saw that Han-Shor had destroyed the stone men's bodies and captured their souls, as well as offered such generous conditions, she did not ask for much and gladly agreed to Han-Shor's request. All right, I'll take them and leave first. I'll wait for you at the cave entrance. Delia didn't ask why Han-Shor was staying here. She gave a few instructions to the miners and led them back the way they came. After Delia and the others left, Han-Shor followed the instructions of the stone men's souls and crawled into a narrow cave. After walking for about 700 or 800 meters, he suddenly arrived at a huge area. This area was filled with colorful jagged rocks. At a glance, the rock walls above his head were all silver white and even shone with a silver luster. Purple, red, white, and all sorts of rare ores that Han-Shor recognized or didn't recognize were nurtured everywhere in this mysterious area. Rich metal elemental energy filled the entire area. In the center, there was a huge rock that looked like an iron pillar that was filled with thick metal elemental energy. The last of the 5 extreme places, the place of metal extreme, finally appeared in front of Han-Shor. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.